2, 1. This is a short test. Hello, everybody. Finally, we're here for our first live stream from the Digital Virtual Arrow Camp. And we have our first speaker. He's a member of the European Parliament, Niklas Minas, and he will talk about about his work and what youth can do to take part and take action. So, Niklas, thanks that you're here. And,
thank you very much for having me.
Yeah. You're upside down.
Oh, okay. And I'll give it a check. I'll switch it off and on again. Probably that help.
Yeah.
Hi there. Okay.
Yeah. So you will tell us something, and people can ask questions when they type in the questions. I will host it and lead through the discussion, and we'll talk about it when you told us something about your work and the stuff you do. And afterwards, yeah, I'll ask you some of the questions of the participants. And so we have a nice discussion and talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah, again, thanks for having me. I think it's a very important issue. Sorry, could you mute yourself? Otherwise I will hear myself double. But you know, I'm as you already said, I'm a member of the European Parliament. And sorry, Dennis, could you mute yourself? Otherwise, I will hear an echo of myself. Thank you very much. So I'm a member of the European Parliament, and I'm actually one of the younger ones. I have to say, because the average age is around 50 something, and even if I'm already almost 30, 29, since 2 weeks, I'm still one of the youngest members. And I think this is somewhat a necessity, but somewhat also a very important task that we should all acknowledge and take forward. And that's something that I'm trying to talk about quite a lot, is that we need more young people to engage in politics. And that means not just in European politics, but actually in every kind of politics that you can find, be it the local level, or the national level or the European level. It's important for young people to get into the structures, and even so just maybe to change them for the better. Because I think it's something that we also agree with, that the classic way of doing politics is not just something that is quite natural for the youth that we have today. At least when you check out party participation numbers for young people, it's quite a very small group that is just organized in parties, and even fewer than a few decades ago. But the same is true also for workers' unions and for other forms of participation. The voters' turnout for younger people is just lower, and I think it has different reasons for that. But I think that one reason, at least, is also the question of how do we engage in politics, and how does politics work and lets us engage into it. And with us, I mean the younger generation. And I think if we want to change, then I had a long discussion with another youth organization about that. The only way we have is actually to go and go into the system and change it from there on. And we can, I think it is on time to re-ask questions and to re-evaluate the democracy that we live in, whether we can make it more open and more possible to participate in. And I do believe that there are methods and ways to ensure that we have more possibilities to engage more people in politics than we are using at the moment. And that's something that I'm talking or doing a lot about, because I'm using, for example, financial funds to ensure that we actually have democratically used funds, so that the people can directly decide on how to use funding in their region or for their projects. I think especially in youth work and in social work, that is something that's very important, so that we don't just install programs for some groups in best intents, but maybe not with the best results, because we didn't ask them first. And so I think it's very valuable if we ensure that the people on the ground themselves can decide what they want to do with the funds, how they want to spend money in their communities, and that they can bring forward their ideas. And that's, I think, an idea of doing politics that's not so coherent with my colleagues that are around this magic mark of 50 or 50 plus. And so I think that this is something that we need to go into, and to ensure that we are actually using our voices, of which we have quite a lot. We have 140 million young people just in Europe. And I think we need to raise those voices and to get them out and say that's what we want to do and what we don't want to have. And then last point, I think that's also a very important issue about that. I talked about systematic changes that we can only ensure if we are included in the process. But I think one of the most important ones is the reduction of the voting age. At the moment, we're talking about a voting age of 16 in our group or my party. But to be quite honest, I personally stand for, I think, and that could be an interesting discussion, that we should have a voting right from the start of your birth, basically. So whenever you're born, you have the right to vote. Obviously, that's not feasible. I mean, if you're 2 years old and there's a vote going on, you probably not have the real possibility to go, or to better say crawl to the polls and cast a vote. But the general idea that voting right is a human right that comes with the reason of being there and being a human is, I think, quite right. And that it's not something that we only generate for people who have overstepped a certain age. By the way, the only persons we are taking away the voting right from, if you're over the age of 18, of course, are the hardest foes of democracy. So if you're openly violating the constitution and working to overcome democracy to install a dictatorship, only then you can get rid of, or can lose your voting right. And I think it's quite insane to collectively take away the voting right of a huge chunk of people, everybody under the age of 18, because there's not such a big danger that something bad could happen with that. And I think that we should ensure that everybody has their voice heard. And of course, I mean, practically speaking, if you're too young to physically go and vote, then we can find a different way. For example, that your parents can vote for you. In other cases, for example, funding. If you as a 2-year-old get 10,000 euros gifted, you also don't have the possibility to use that fund properly, but it still belongs to you. Only your parents have the possibility to organize it, and so the same thing could go for the vote. So this is a concept that I bring forward and that I would love to discuss with you as well, the voting age of 0. And I leave it at here, and I'm very interested of what you have discussed so far, and yeah, what your ideas and questions are.
Okay, thank you so far, Niklas, about the insights of your ideas about the voting rights. And there was already a question. Okay, thank you so far, Niklas. Isn't there a youth parliament?
Yes, there is a youth parliament. However, it is sometimes quite sad, or like, you know, I'm very much in favor of youth parliaments in general, but I think they should have some form of how do you say that, responsibility. So it should be clear, those are the issues that you can decide upon, and then you will also decide upon them. So after you've taken the decision, we are valuing that decision and actually fulfilling it. I think there's nothing worse than democratic games in which you can like try out how it would be to have a democratic right to decide about something, and in the end you don't have the possibility to decide about it. I think that's quite the opposite of democracy, because if you talk about if you're making progress, preparing compromises, and investing quite a lot of time and effort into something, you also want to see that progress actually being valued and being taken upon in the daily politics. And so this is an issue that I have with the current existing youth parliaments. For example, on the European level, we have the EYP. And it's a great instance. They always produce very good outcomes. However, the sad reality is that my colleagues do not value that outcome and rather say, oh, that's quite interesting, we'll put it in this drawer. And then it never faces light again. And that is, I think, not the value that we should give to people who engage in their free time to engage in who use their free time to engage in the democratic process and to actually come up with ideas and with constructive critique. And so I think what we need is that we have, and that's something, by the way, we're having at the moment, this Future of Europe debate. Maybe we'll come to that later, but I think what one good outcome would be an additional council for youth, for the youth. Either it could be like randomly selected young people under the age of maybe 25 or something, and that they have the possibility to actually write initiatives, and that they actually can invite commissioners, and that they can actually maybe not so much write direct law, because I mean we have to go through the parliament with that, but they at least get the right to initiative and could present it to the parliament and say, this is something that we need for the youth sector. Whenever legislation touches the issue of youth, that it comes to them and they give their opinion on it and can reflect and can get into an exchange with the parliament and the commission. I think that's quite important, because as I said, the average age is 50, so they don't know. Maybe they have kids, my colleagues, but you know, if I'm dropping the average age down, others are old enough to rise it back up to 50. So they don't have the youth aspect in many parts. And so I think it's very important to give them a reality check and even hear the voices of 10 and 8-year-olds and see what their experiences are in schools, in their free time and so on. I think that's very important to include in the legislation that we do today, because everybody in the young age will live the longest with our decisions.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, we had quite a lot of questions here, and some of them are talking about if you think, well, if get down the voting rights, do you think all this information and politics, that they should speak more about it in school? Should politics even be a school subject? I know in German it's part of the curriculum, I know. But nevertheless, in other countries, maybe in Europe, it's different. So maybe also in this context, some people say, well, politics is so boring. How can we make it more interesting, maybe for the youth and the kids to take part?
Yeah, a great question, really, because I mean, it's very important to make political education. And as you said, in Germany, and I'm also from Germany, and so I know that also, that we have politics as a subject in school. It's not just plain politics, but also social studies, so including sociology a little bit, and like the basics of economy, etc. But also that differs from region to region. And there's actually, what I didn't know was previously that Berlin, for example, only introduced this field or the subject of politics only last year or 2 years ago, maybe. So not so recent. But I think we should have that all over Europe. We can also discuss maybe the Europeanization of education. I think there's also a need to be done. But anyway, and it's very important to get into touch and to understand what is going on the different levels of politics, because and that's the other thing that was a little bit raised in or included in the questions, like, okay, why is politics so boring? But the thing is, you know, politics is everywhere. You can't escape politics. So it might seem boring to you because you're looking at the things that you're not interested in. But whenever you're interested in a doubt that you're not interested in certain topics that are going around you, and that might be the politics field that are of interest of you, right? So for me personally, you know, the question of Europe, and that's, you know, the future of Europe and how we use the euro and what we should do in foreign policy and how we use funding to increase possibilities throughout Europe. Those are questions that interest me personally. That's why I'm doing European politics. But as I said, we don't just need politicians on the European level, we need them on every level, and we need to use perspective on every level. And I promise you, you will find a field that you're quite interested in, that is happening right maybe around your corner. So whenever we are talking about building a new school, whenever we are changing the curricula of schools, whenever we are, I don't know, building a new park, whenever we use public funds for anything, deciding whether we should have more buses or more cars or more bike lanes, or if we should have more more support for educational or care staff workers, they should get more funding. Those are all issues of politics, and so whatever interests you is probably a field that has a political value. And so I think it's very important for everyone to learn what politics means, what possibilities lie in politics, but also, and then this I think, you know, learning is always two parts. It's like learning the theory and then learning in practice. And what we do, you know, when you have math class, you learn like, okay, this is the scheme of Pythagoras. That's the theory behind it. Now we use it and we calculate, right? You have a problem here and you use it. So you always theory and practice. With politics, we don't do that. We learn the theory and that's it. By the way, the same thing with economics. Nobody learns how to do taxes and to invest money, but you know, you're like, in theory, you're learning, but you'll never do it. And that's the thing. I do believe, and there are some concepts for democratic schools, for example, that we need to learn democracy in practice more. So we can have democratic schools. We can even have democratic kindergartens. And that concept includes that you let the kids already decide on stuff, not on everything, of course. You know, they will not start kindergarten kids will not start to employ their own teachers there, but in a certain amount, what we need to ensure in a school setting is also a respect, an equal respect. You know, of course, the teachers know more and they teach you, and you know you want to learn something. So there's divergence, but on the human level, it should be carried up upon respect. And so I think also even in that matter, people can decide upon in which way does do teachers overstep their boundaries, and if they have that possibility to charge them upon in a democratic manner, that can already be a way to improve the teaching methods. And then on the other hand, what you can also do with this democratic practices is, for example, to see how to fit the curricula with the learning experience. At the moment, a lot of people are asking about climate education. That's something, at least in Germany, where a lot of people, young people, are asking for that. No voice has been heard so far, and it has been 2 years that they asked for that. And I think it's important to at least take that upon and see whether you can fulfill that as well. And the same is true for smaller things. Again, let me come back to the kindergarten. I mean, they can decide maybe on what they want to eat in the next weeks, or what they want to do in outside courses, and what they want to learn a little bit. You know, a little bit more free in that. But there are ways to learn how democracy works, and I think we need to practice that more.
Okay, yeah, quite a lot of insights here about dealing with it at school, and of course, school children are watching and talking about it. And another problem, or well, is it a problem? We don't know. One student says, in my country, most of the politicians are men. So it's really hard to be heard, even in my school. How to deal with this? I know we have a female chancellor at the top in Germany. In other countries, it's similar, but also different. Yeah, how to get maybe women and girls more involved into politics if it's a man-dominated area. Maybe you can
I think that's
have
a
some
very fair
ideas about
question,
that. Yeah.
and I think it's a very hard to answer, and because you know, if you want to interrupt a system that is reassuring itself, you will always have troubles because, and it's not even like it's not like the men are going on. It's like, let's hire some men because we want only men to have that. There's no like hidden power behind it, but it's like the power scheme is that you know the structure of a man-dominated world and therefore just employ men, or you just promote men to compete in the political discourse, etc. So if we want to disrupt that, I think we need to ensure that women have the same chance in going into politics and actually being elected. And what we did, my party is a feminist-based party, so we are the Greens, but one of our strings is feminism. And what we did is to include the quota quite soon. So we have a quota, in which means that every other seat is reserved for a woman. So whenever you have a list that you bring forward for elections, you have always one man, one woman, or other way around: one woman, one man, one woman, one man, one woman, one man. So a zip line basically that ensures that you have 50% at least of the seats are dedicated to women, which makes sense because we have around 50% of women in our population. So for the distribution of seats, it definitely makes sense. And we need to do that as long as we don't need to do it anymore, because we don't have the systematic problem anymore. And that's basically where we want to head to. We don't want to have the quota forever and ever and ever. But as soon as we see that the problem isn't inherent anymore, because we have a society where by chance every voting list has around 50% women, then that's not a problem anymore. But until then, I think we need to force it, and we need to ensure that in this position, women are in. And then there's this counter argument, let's put it this way, like, yeah, we want the best person for the job and not just a woman because she's a woman. But that's not the reason. It's actually the other way around. At the moment, men are getting quite a lot of jobs, not because they're best in the job, but because they're men. And that's the reason behind that. And I think we need to break that by using quotas and using a special care to go into. And for you, I think that the person who asked the question sounded like she needs also a role model on the one hand. I think that's also important. That's why I think it's great that we have actually a chancellor who's a woman, and we also presented for the next chancellor race also a woman as chancellor candidate, because you also need role models to see it as possible. And women can become everything that men can. But on the other hand, I also want to say if you don't have the role model yet, strive for becoming one, and be the role model that you needed maybe for the future for others. So go get it, girl, and go into politics and become the next prime minister or minister or whatever. And I think that would be very important for everyone to see that it is possible. To be honest, it will be a harder way than men have. That's just a fact. It is easier for men, and we need to break that. And for that, we need to support men, need to support women, and women need to be enthusiastic about it.
Yeah, I agree on that, especially be your own role model. I think that's also an important hint for girls to get involved and to take action. And other interest of the students here in questions are that they're thinking about, you talked about it themselves, that men are getting jobs because they're men, not because of skills. But what kind of skills do you think as a politician do you need, and how did you get personally involved into politics? I mean, is there something that you would say, this is something I'm really good at, or this is something as a politician I really need, yeah, to be who I am, yeah, to get into the European Parliament, to be active and to do politics?
Yeah, I think first of all, there's no educational way to become a politician. So you don't go into like you can't study politics and then become a politician. I would even argue that if you want to become a politician, if that's your plan somehow, then you should never study politics, because the study of politics is just talking about what politicians do but not doing it. And the thing is, what's very important to have to do what you are interested in, because you will always work on subjects, you will always work on concrete issues, and the more you know about it, the better. So when you're interested in, I don't know, biking, and in bicycling, I don't know, biking, riding a bike, and that's your hobby, and you love doing that, and you learn more about, and you become a bike mechanic, and then you go into a biking lobby or whatever, or you're selling bikes, and you're interested in that topic because it's your most dedicated issue. Then you can also do that in politics, because we need politicians who care about biking, and there's changes to be made in infrastructure and in support and so on, and to have that knowledge about what do bikers need, because you already have had so many customers who wanted a bike, and there's differences between bikes and I don't know everything. That really is of value in politics. That's something that we need. We don't just need theoretical but practical knowledge. What I personally did is actually studying law, and I was interested in the fundaments of constitutional law and European law. And so I brought that together. It was always of interest of mine to see constitutional law being made, and how can we improve constitutional law and improve our democracies. That was my interest field that I worked upon, and then also international law. And in that, especially space law. And then I also looked at ways of increasing the standard of living through regional development. So what can politics do to improve the situation of life in different regions? And so those are the areas that I'm working on now, because I think it's just of interest of me, and so I brought that in, and then I did space law, and so I'm now doing space politics as well. So those are the fields that's something that I would suggest doing what you are interested in, and then going with that maybe in politics if you're interested in doing that. And skills, special skills, I do believe that you need as a politician is communication skills, and the possibility of the possibility to get people together, to talk to different people, to be open to socialize, and to get people aligned upon an idea, because that's what politics is all about. We always need majorities. And for majorities, you will need to get people to the point that they believe in an idea, and that they are willing to trust you with that idea, and that it's a good idea. And then also you need to be able to, on the other hand, politicians probably the most when we are doing when we are rallying, and when we're going on like this politician is bad, vote for me, and so. But the truth is, in between like 5 years between the elections, it's very important that after we have had this clash of votes, after the tides are set, we come together and we need to discuss, and we need to compromise, because nobody has the absolute majority. So we need to ensure that whenever we need a majority, we need to get several groups on board. We need to get people from several backgrounds with several ideas together, and that you then have the possibility to negotiate in a positive way, that you can make out compromises and see possibilities where others only see borders. And I think that's very important to learn as well. So to be clear in your stand, but then be flexible to ensure that movement can happen. Because if you're only sticking on one standpoint, then you will probably never gonna get it completely. Only if you convince like 50+% of people to vote for you, and that will, in this times, I think, not happen again. I think that this times of the 40s and 50s, they're through. We will not see that again.
Okay, yeah. So you mentioned a lot of skills. Yeah, communication, get people together, just like we are doing right here, right now. Although it's only virtually. Yeah, virtually socializing and talking to people to get behind an idea of this international camp, so to speak, and to do a compromise. And one other question that you already mentioned was the Europeanization of education. That's quite a long, difficult word. Yeah. So what values should these be based on? I mean, I know there are conflicts between the European Union countries. They even agree on a basic democracy, it says here. Yeah. So what would you say? What compromise would be okay, and what standpoint of this Europeanization of education is not discussable, in your opinion?
Well, I think we should have a few points in which we can agree upon values and can agree upon similarities. For example, we can all agree on math, right? I mean, 2 + 2 = 4. No matter if you're in France or in Spain or in Germany or in Bulgaria or where. On the other hand, what we see and what is one issue that we're actually talking about at the moment, the committee concerning education, is the question of history. And that one is a critical one, because history is always important for definition of a nation. And the thing is, what we do quite a lot in history teaching is to define our own nation by delimitation to other nations, meaning we are the Germans because we are not the French. You know, these are our borders, and in between that we are Germans, and outside of that we are French. And we did war with the French, and then we did war to the Austrians, and then we did war here and there. And so the history of Europe is always one of borders, at least as how it is taught in regard to the past 200 years. One of borders, one of wars, one of setting apart different nations. And what we're doing with the European Union is actually the opposite: to overcome borders, overcome the exclusivity of nations and the idea that some nation could be better than another, and to see that we as Europeans can come together and overcome this delimitations, and that we can overcome these differences and enjoy the differences, the plurality that we have. And for that, I think we need to change a little bit the way on how we teach history, because we have so much history together as Europe, that we should put that in the focus. Without, I don't want to leave out the issues of nation. And there's, for example, in Germany, there's a very important date, which is the 9th of November. That's a very important date in German history, and that has a very different meaning for Germans as it will ever have for French people. And then in France, there are also, you know, certain dates that have a very special meaning for French. But I think we need to value that, at the same time include European understanding of our history, and to see, especially with the focus on the past 20 to 60 years, how we overcome these differences and how we overcome this delimitations. And so this is one issue, I think, where we need to include a Europeanization of stuff, because we will always use history to define ourselves, and so therefore, in order to understand our history, and if we want to come together for our future, we need to align that a little bit and see that it's not so much about against each other, but really to bring Europeans together. Other parts could be the question of values of philosophy and politics. And I think what we should be what we should agree upon is about the harmonization. At least this would be the minimum. What subjects in general should be taught? For example, there should be in some form or whatever philosophical teaching, because life is more than just science and languages. It's also about, freely thinking about everything, and so that's philosophy. We should also teach social issues, and we should teach politics in all over Europe. We should have the possibility to learn different languages, and with that I also include not just in theory learning languages, but also in practice. So we should have the right for every European student to go abroad and have at least a year, like in full, in that time to spend abroad. So 2 weeks here, a month there, so that it comes to 12 months including. And I think that should be a clear thing to do for everyone, to go abroad and learn a different language and live in a different European country for at least a few weeks. To just get to know that. And I think we should ensure that right as well. And then there's other issues, I think, where we can see to better the harmonization. Where I would love to go is actually to ensure that we have a concept for all over Europe that is not so much about similarities, but especially about the idea to ensure that every student has the possibility to learn according to their needs, because there are people that love learning by studying books. They read them, they understand them, they use them. There's no problem with the current education system. And then there are people who need to go outside. They need to experience something. They maybe need to work around stuff to understand it. And we never value that. And I think that's actually something where we need to go, but it will take quite some long time to get there. But in theory, that would be, I think, the ideal standard, because then we ensure that everybody can actually participate of education, no matter how their brain is wired, because and how they take up matters and knowledge, and we need to find a way through that and just ensure that everybody is part of our knowledge sphere.
Okay. Yeah, quite a lot of interesting aspects about education of young people, and we're getting different questions here. One, I don't know if we can go back to that. Your example with the bike riding, riding a bicycle, special interest. Yeah. How do we get into politics with that? That's what people are interested. So I have a special interest. How do I get into politics with that if I'm not studying politics? Yeah, so you had a special interest in law and get yourself involved into politics with that. So what's the way? How can you guide young people to take action with their special interest into politics?
Yeah, well, that's the thing that always differs from what your interest is. And so if you're really interested in something, you will also know about the problems that are occurring there, right? For example, let's go back to the bikes. And I'm by far an expert on biking, but let's say you live in a city and you want to ride your bike to school, but you don't want to ride. So in theory, you want to ride your bike, but in practice, you don't want to because you think it's too dangerous. You think, whenever I'm going to school or to work, and that is actually an issue for a lot of people, I'm actually seeing that there's driving a lot of cars very narrowly to my biking lane. It just seems too dangerous. I've seen so many people in the newspaper that have been had an accident with bikes. Some of them died, so it's very dangerous to go biking in the city, and you want to change that. This is, first of all, you see the problem. And then you decide, okay, that's something that I want to change. I want to have safety and security whenever I'm going with my bike to work, and that has, special benefits. So then you take a look into, okay, who decides on, for example, how big the bike lanes are, and then you see, okay, it's the city, but the city doesn't have the money, so maybe it's the region, and then you check on with your mayor or with the city council, and then you see that they don't want to change anything, and then you decide, you know what, I can do it better than them, and I'll go into it, and I'll do it myself then. And that's basically, at least for me, a lot of times, the decision to go into something, to take a deeper look at the problems, see why is there no change in the problems that I'm seeing? Are others not seeing the same problems as I am? Or are they not willing to change it? And if the people who are in charge of changing it not doing it, and I decide that, okay, you know what, I can do it better than them, then I'm going to do it myself. If I see, hey, they're doing a great job and they just need some more time, they're working on it, then I wouldn't go bother going in there. But and that's basically the way to go into politics, to be an expert in your field and see the political relevance. And that can be everything. Biking, I made that up because it's a very important issue concerning cities at the moment, but also it's an issue I think everybody can relate. It's a very bottom up issue. But maybe you are interested in the question why T-shirts are not manufactured fairly. Why are people who are working in Bangladesh, kids and women are getting in dangerous working settings and not getting paid in a fair manner? And maybe you want to change that. And that is a very big problem that we have in the world. And for that, we actually need a either German, also national-wide or European-wide law that needs to be changed. So you will have to go to the level and you have to check out who is responsible for that, what are they doing, the different parties, their positions on that. So really take good care of your issue that you're interested in, then you find your way through. Because it's not easy to say, because we have so different levels of politics. I can't tell you where you all need to start by going there and there. But obviously, what always helps is to go into a party, because we have party democracy. So there's little possibilities, maybe only on council level, so on municipalities and city level, to get into politics without support of a party. That is possible there, but most of the time it's not. So please do take a look into the issue that you're interested in. Then see what the parties are doing about that issue, and then you can see whether that party that covers your interest the most is also in other regards the party that you want to be part of, and then get into the party. And then there are different forms of participation that also differs from party to party. But in my party, we actually have working groups on different issues that we discuss that. And then we also give to our parliamentarians our ideas what they should do. So I'm not doing that anymore because I'm now getting that feedback, and they're asking me to change that stuff that they think about it. And I quite often do that because they have very good ideas that they come into. And yeah, so this is a process that I can always say that it's always valuable to go into parties, but you need to know what party you want, because you need to feel at home in your party. I think that's also important, that you really see that it's a group of people who want the same thing, more or less, that they go in the same direction. And so, for example, I'm in a party where everybody loves bikes. I'm not personally working on the bike issue. That's a friend of mine, Marie, is doing quite a lot of here in the city, and she's very valuable, and she's doing quite a lot of good jobs on bike lanes and everything. And so I don't have to work on that. So that's the good thing about parties. I know that there's very good people who are working for the same ideas that I have, but I don't have to do everything. And that's something that I can just give you as a good idea to really see, to go into a party, but really go there with the idea that you have in mind, and not with the, I want to become the next chancellor of Germany, so I go into the CDU just to become chancellor, because then you're in power, and then you have the power for what? What do you want to change then? That should never be the idea of politics.
Okay, yeah, there's already a direct answer and question to that. So you're talking about yeah, getting involved and being active for students. And one question is, should we just contact the ones, so the politicians that are responsible for our special interests, and do they answer? Is the question for the young people. Of course, they don't have the power. Yeah, maybe their age limit, they can't vote. They have their interest, they see a problem in their community. Should they directly contact them? How should they get, and do they get an answer? Yeah, that's what they're asking here.
Yeah, so what I see from my experience, having worked in a office of a parliamentarian, now being a parliamentarian myself, is that you get an answer every time, but it depends on what the question is. So for me, it's very important. When we get quite a lot of emails, and some of them are just mass emails, they're just spam for everyone, so everybody gets the same email, then I don't reply to it, because if it's not even addressed to me personally, then it's for me a point of information, not a request to get an answer. But when people are asking, and you see that they actually looked up who is responsible for example, for culture and education in Germany from the European Parliament. Oh, that's Niklas Ninas. Now I have a very specific question. For example, I want to have, more language courses in schools. So that's very specific. And they direct that to me. They'll definitely get a very clear answer from my office, mainly because we have concrete lines of what we want to do, and so they get a response of that. So my position is already clear on that. And then there's also the thing, you can always ask for direct contact. So you can give a call. You'll probably reach my office. And again, if you ask a very specific question that regards to my office, we will hand you the person responsible for the policy on that, and they can walk you through everything. So you get the answer. If you're just calling to say, nah, everything is bad that you do, and I don't know, I hate politics, and so then we'll just, cancel the call, because we need to work. But then there's the thing with meeting and talking to your parliamentarian. It's always easier to come with multiple people. So whenever you are a group, actually, to say like, we are the bike friends of Bratislava, and we want to meet with the mayor. That's easier than with like one person who wants to meet with the mayor. And there's also, again, if you're directing your question very specifically, there's very big interest. But I want to give you one tip in that. If you're meeting politicians or writing them and getting an answer, normally you should get one, because we are only elected by the people, and so we are servants of the people. So if they ask us something, we will answer, because they elected us. That's our job, right? But do not stop there. If you get one answer, you should continue to follow the subject and see if something changes. And if something didn't change in concrete proposals or in the discourse in general, repeat the question, come back to them, have another meeting with them and say, hey, a half a year ago, we talked already about protected bike lanes in the city of Bratislava, and nothing changed. So what's going on? And then we'd say, yeah, half a year is maybe too little, but at least I've increased the budget for that. And then you can look up on, is that true? And then you see, okay, there's progress being made. But if he doesn't even do that, then you can pressure him again and say, hey, you didn't increase the budget, you didn't plan anything. You said to us that you would do that, but nothing is happening. And so you can build up pressure. And so always do that. So always follow up, raise your questions and repeat them. Remind them that you raised their questions.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, be active and stay close to the aspect you had in mind, and keep nagging the politicians. You said it; they're servants of the people. Yeah, they're there to put the people's interests first, and if there is an issue, raise the awareness. Yeah, ask your local politicians, take a look at what their interests are, and maybe they align with your idea and aspects. Yeah, time already. We have time for one or two more questions. I'm just browsing through. Most of them have been answered, but one more thing that one student says, it's important to let the people know that you vote, that you can change something, because it isn't always that clear. Do you think it has to be more prominent that you vote? I know in Germany it's not always popular to vote for the European Parliament because it, well, doesn't affect me directly, but in fact it does. So how do you raise awareness for that your vote really counts?
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, that's basically we're coming back to the start. What I said in the beginning, the expectancy of politics has changed. Let's make no mistakes, right? And it's also true because in the past you had two parties, and the one was for A and the one was for B. So no matter what you charge your vote for, you knew what you get. Either you get B or you get A, right? But now we have a more diverse field of parties. We have way more parties that are actually competing, and we have way more parties that actually have the possibility to get into the parliament. I mean, in the German parliament, we currently have, I believe, 6 parties. In the European Parliament, we actually have 7 groups. And one of the groups is like a lot of and we have an additional, so we have 7 groups, and we have an additional group of people that are just like all over the place. Like they don't have group affiliation, but they have, you know, special interests and so on. So it's not that you that you don't change anything with your vote, but it's very hard to see it sometimes because it's so nuanced that if you're not studying politics, maybe you don't see the differences so radical. I do believe that the politicians have a need to say clearer what they want to change and to eliminate from each other, and to see, okay, if you're voting for us, you're getting that, and if you're voting for them, you're getting that, so that you know what you get whenever you cast your vote. But I think what we also need to talk about is how can we change politics in the future? Because politics can never be just casting your vote every 4 or 5 years and then being through it at all. You know, and that's what I meant with all this educational question. Like, how can we include democracy and politics in our daily life and practice it? Because politics is nothing else than making yourself heard and making sure that your ideas and values are actually getting into the public sphere. And that is something that you can do every day, and that we should do every day. And that's why, again, I'm trying to see other forms of getting people involved in politics, even outside of elections, for example, by giving them budget to decide upon what their local community should do with it. And so those are issues where I think we need to reevaluate a little bit on how we do politics. We will never get away with that we don't have any votes anymore. That's still a very important part. But I think we should go further and expand the scope of what democracy actually means, and to include everyone on every point on the way. And that's a very important questions that are raised to everyone, and why I think it's so important that especially young people get involved, because they have probably some fresh ideas, and they also know the technology that we live in with digitalization way more than my colleagues, which are like 70 and started out with like writing letters, something that we rarely do. We still have maybe we only have 1 minute left, but like one fun little fact, we still have a lot of post baskets in which we could, in theory, collect quite a lot of letters, but because that's the infrastructure from back in the days. But nowadays we don't use it anymore, and we still have the rule, and that's also true. It was in the British Parliament. They still have the rule that you only can receive post. So basically, if I'm sitting in plenary, nobody but parliamentarians can step on the plenary floor, and some certain servants. And so whenever my staff wants to bring me a message, they have to bring a little letter to the staff, and then they bring it to me in the plenary. Nowadays, we just use WhatsApp, so that's not needed anymore, but we still have that rule that they cannot, they have to bring a letter. And in the British Parliament, they still have a post office on the plenary floor where you can actually stamp your letters. But, and see that's just, we still have this vibe of the past, and we need to think in the future and show what can we all do for democracy with the technology that we have at hand. I think for that we need new aspects from the younger generation.
Okay, yeah, thank you for your insights and your time. Lots of questions from the people. I think you raised some awareness to see how people can get active, take action. Although there's the vibe of the past, take the technology and be ready for the future. Thank you for your time. Keep working in the European Parliament. And right now, the live stream goes to, I think there will be a talk from our camp director, from Nick Reshevsky, and he will talk about global citizenship education as a classroom activity. So Niklas, thank you for your time. Have a nice day. And for the rest of you, have a nice camp, and I'll see you maybe in a workshop. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, and take care. Goodbye, everyone.
Hi everybody, my name is Nick. So welcome to the next part of our live stream. And the way this is set up on this Wednesday morning is that we had like 2 live streams back to back, which are really meant for use in a classroom. We have, here in Germany, we talk about like scenario B and scenario C. So like half-size classes or no classes going on right now. I know some of you might actually be in class right now. So, but even if you're not, that's the point I was trying to make, that's okay. You can do this exercise alone as well. Maybe you're even connected through like a video conferencing system at the same time, and you can break into small groups, whatever works. Just make the best out of the situation. But the intention anyway is that you can use this in during class right now. So, I'm a teacher in Germany at a school in Hildesheim, and I'm also the coordinator for our Baltic Sea Project Global Citizenship Education Program. And some of you might have heard me talk about that a little bit last night at the opening ceremony. And if you didn't, just very quickly, for the next about like 6 years, we've basically started this program for global citizenship education as a way to just focus more on this topic, focus more on transformative education. The Baltic Sea Project is a peace project. In the past, we've focused a lot on like the ecological aspects of the Baltic Sea, and it's always kind of just depended on what's going on, what's going around this region, what's needed right now. And right now, one of the things we're noticing is that even though we are situated regionally, geographically around the Baltic Sea, that there are global issues going on, and we may be acting in our families, in our schools, and in this setting, but we're dealing with global issues, and that's kind of behind global citizenship education. Sometimes you say something like, think global, act local belongs to it as well, but it's also this acting, it's taking action, where we're just starting to realize more and more, hey, young people, you can take action. You don't need degrees. You don't need 15 years of experience. You don't need to wait. You shouldn't wait necessarily. You can, and if you want to, if it's there, if the motivation's there, then act, do something. And the motivation is almost always there. It depends on what you want, right? What's fun? What do you want to do? But if you know about what's going on, and you have, the skills necessary for that, and it's things you value, then then you're going to act. That's kind of the principle, but behind any type of like transformative education, that you transform somebody in such a way that they are, then able to act in this new situation. So let's start with the presentation. So I already mentioned that I'm the coordinator, that I'm a teacher at a school, and I also coordinate our Department for Education for Sustainable Development. And outside of school, I work for Educational Greenhouse, and there kind of act as an expert for transformative education and also digital education. So, but moving along with feeling global citizenship education, and the topic, I'd like to start with this picture. And this is us. That's me. It's we. It's this little blue thing. And of course, this picture, it's one of the first pictures. It's called Earthrise, and one of the first pictures taken from Earth, from outer space, just kind of showing the small, vulnerable something in the middle of space. And it can be a little scary to think about how vulnerable our planet is, especially considering just what's going on right now, and that we're seeing that the planet, life on this planet, is quite vulnerable. At the same time, it can be extremely exciting because it shows how much we're all connected now. All of this, we're all together, we're all connected, and that in a very practical manner. We really are connected through technology and globalization. We are absolutely connected, and that also means that we are very much able to make a global impact, and we can get together with other people and work on global problems. I guess too bad there are those global problems. But that's the other side, that we are able to take this global effort, and that's kind of the positive side of things as well. So for the first time in human history, what we're able to do, if you look at like a telescope, right, and we're looking out, and now you bend that telescope around, and what we're able to do is we're able to look at ourselves, at the entire system. So, and that requires kind of another way of thinking. So we always started with the whole Earth, and then to understand it, we would like break it down, be very analytical, break it down, our understanding in different, in different subjects as well. And in each subject, break it down more. And now it's time to really put those pieces back together and start understanding the whole system, the whole planet, the whole society. And that's not easy. That's not necessarily how we've functioned over the last several hundred years. And so it's not something that you can just expect people to do. You can't just expect them to always be thinking about every action of theirs and kind of like this global mindset. So sometimes people think global citizenship education is like, we don't need citizenship, we're just all citizens of the planet, and I don't know, we're gonna get together and just have global impact. But that's not just the case. It's also a very different way of thinking about every type of problem, about everything we encounter locally, and really kind of putting it into a global perspective. And we'll start thinking systemically. And this systemic way of thinking, this is something that is relatively new in the last few hundred years. So we see our planet, we see our society, and we see every single person in this system, and we can even start to see our impact, to measure impact. And that's one of the things that got me extremely interested in this topic, global citizenship education. I didn't know the word 5 years ago. I'm going to be completely honest. Now I claim to be an expert in this field, and I had no idea what this was about 5 years ago. So, and then I read a book called Factfulness by Hans Rosling. That must have been about 3 years ago when I was just getting into the topic and finding out more about it. And in this, and he really just uses data, information over the last centuries, but especially over the last 40 to 50 years, to show all of the positive progress, the positive developments we've been making. And that's pretty incredible to see what the last generations, right, have, what kind of progress they've made. And this is something that, in light of the problems we have now, we're quick to forget, what has been done over these 40 to 50 years. And we can focus on the 4 or 5, really big problems that have gotten worse and worse and worse during that time. But we shouldn't forget like these 30, 40, 100. I mean, there's so many examples in this book, going from, education and inequality and poverty and so many other issues where we have taken leaps and bounds, and it's scientific data. There's absolutely, nothing you can say about it. It is so clear that all of these people that have been working on those problems for the last 40 or 50 years, they did it. They made a huge measurable difference in the world. They made this world a little bit better. And that gave me so much hope. And I just realized, okay, it's possible. We can make that difference. Sometimes it's tough to see that, I think, this thought of, wow, making a global impact, but it's a united effort. There's millions of people involved in making this effort, and they're not doing it just on a global level. They are making this impact where they can make an impact. And you start with yourself, and maybe it's your family, it's your community. Before I was interested in global citizenship education, it was my volleyball club, and that was what I spent 10 years on doing. Just coaching and youth sports and putting my energy into a club, and that was where I could make an impact. And I didn't have this global sense. It's something I didn't know enough about it. I didn't feel like I was able to make that impact, and so that's why I think the global citizenship education, that if you realize, if you know what it means to make an impact, and you have the global perspective, then you're able to make decisions, that are going to lead you in this way to really have an impact on the whole system. So I think that when you hear global citizenship education, you're going to have kind of an idea about what it feels like. Okay, talking about the feeling, just thinking global citizenship education, maybe just listening to the keynotes last night, even my last 10 or 15 minutes, but you might not have like a definition for it. So let me just give you like these 2 sentences here before we move on. First of all, from UNESCO, global citizenship education aims to be transformative building the knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes that learners need to be able to contribute to a more inclusive, just, and peaceful world. Put it simply, global citizenship education provides me with what I need to make the world a little bit better. Maybe a little bit better than how I found it. And that's and that's the point. So of course, okay, we need different knowledge, right? We need different skills. You know, not just things I can do with my hands, also, you know, emotional skills, social skills, etc. And then the values and the attitudes. That's another really important point, because we need to think about, you know, what are some universal values, and you'll see a lot of that in, you know, the 30 human rights that were passed at UN level, or the 17 goals for sustainable development. And so these are definitely some goals, and they, you know, there's values that are in these goals as well. And with attitudes, it's also very similar to the word values, perhaps. For me, it's about our mindset too. It's almost kind of how we view our ability to make these changes, you know, that we want to. I want to be part of that. I'm positive about this. I'm optimistic. I am convinced that we can make a difference. I believe in this. And these are attitudes as well, that if you're going to be teaching global citizenship education, if you're going to be going out there and, you know, and you want to work together with these other people, you're going to need to kind of have this, you know, this attitude as well. And so that's important. So of course, the thought, how does this work from, you know, I don't know, from birth to a point at some age X, whatever, you know, how, you know, what kind of education do we need, you know, where I'm just there, I'm like, let's do this. I want to get something done, and I can get something done, and that's how we're going to do it. Ban Ki-moon, I think was a UN Secretary General, and I think in 2012 it was, where he said, education gives us a profound understanding that we are tied together as citizens of the global community, and that our challenges are interconnected. I have this here because I think it's important. I mentioned it one time. You don't have to go out. You don't have to leave your home, go to a different country, and and solve some kind of global issues. You just, you know, it's important that you just understand, first of all, we're in this together. I am the system. And you know, it's all interconnected. And wherever I influence the system, positive way, I am influencing the entire system. Global citizenship education aims to be transformative. So we are talking, again, I also kind of mentioned this with attitudes and values. It really leads to the opinion, the conviction that I can, we can, I understand, I am able, because I value myself, because I value others, because I value the planet. And this is a point you could say, yeah, well I don't, and I don't care. Yeah, that's the point, right? that that we, if you're kind of standing up for transformative education, then you're saying, yeah, but it would be better for all of our society and for our world if, you know, education kind of leads us to having these values, to us valuing, you know, the society that we're born into, and the planet that is, you know, providing us with a home, and valuing ourselves, which means, you know, being very open about the question, why me? Why am I here? What's my purpose? What do I want to do? And it's an important question, and you can address it very openly, and in a, you know, a transformative education addresses this. So, and, you know, the reason, so the why you value these things, right? Theoretically now, is not because, you know, Ban Ki-moon, you know, or a teacher or a politician or somebody says they're important. It's because you feel it. You are going out, you're wanting to make a difference and then, you know, making positive change because you feel it. And that's why I think it's so important to not just talk about global citizenship education, kind of like what I'm doing right now, sorry, but to really feel it in the end and to understand what you know, being a global citizen feels like. And that's going to get us a lot further. And that's the point in, you know, what we're doing today. So we're going to start. I'm not sure how long I've been going on right now. I hope it's only been about like 15 or 20 minutes. And we're going to take another 35 or 40 minutes then for these tasks. So first task, we have various global citizens, just a persona. Okay, it's not a person yet. It's just kind of a theoretical, maybe a theoretical start of a person. And you're going to form groups of 3 or 4 and decide which of these above personas you would like to work with as a group. Okay, it doesn't have to be, you know, your grade, your age. It can be a different person, but you're going to be putting yourselves in their shoes, okay, and viewing kind of the world, you know, from their perspective. So it's also important to understand that we're talking about like the ideal global citizen, all right? So everybody sitting, standing, whatever you're doing right now, get rid of the idea that you consider yourself to be the perfect global citizen, okay? Maybe I would consider many of you to be that person. And I find that a lot with young people. I'm like, wow, they're way further than I ever was at that age. And I'm sure that applies to some of you, but it doesn't matter because usually the way it works is that even if you are that global citizen, there's always those things where you're like, yeah, but there is maybe more or that, or maybe it's even, you know, I don't know, it's even I'm missing some motivation. That global citizen, they would be even more motivated and they would be happier doing these things than I would be. So there's always something, right? So they feel connected to society locally and globally. They feel connected, a deep connection to nature, respecting their planet. Everything they do, they are, you know, at peace with themselves, utterly convinced that they are doing good for you know, for the society and for the planet. And in this next, let's say take 8 minutes now, if you've already been thinking, okay, about it, and turn this persona into a person. That means get a piece of paper, write down, give them a name, gender, hobbies, interests, family, profession, favorite sports team, boyfriend, girlfriend, wife, husband, whatever. Give them a real life. Just get it out there. Get into a group and you just start going. Man, his name's Jack, and you know, Jack's this, and get different ideas and just kind of create this person out of nowhere. Be creative and kind of crazy, because we're not, you know, talking too much about, we're keeping things very simple. A global citizen can have a favorite sports team, okay? Don't worry about that. You know, they have a partner, they have some children, they, you know, they have a profession. It can be any profession. So that's, you know, and that's just to kind of give them a life, okay? And that's going to be number, that's right. That's what am I saying? That's right. So take 8 minutes to do task 1, and we'll see each other for task 2 in 8 minutes. Have fun. All right, so you've got that taken care of. Wonderful. And now we're going to continue with task 2. And task 2, that was the easy part, task 1, right? Task 2 is going to be a little more difficult. You need a piece of paper. It's fine, per group, one person. And you need to copy down the template that you see below. You don't need a ruler, it doesn't need to be perfect boxes. You just need these 4 categories. And it helps if you just write down the name of the person and maybe 2 or 3 little pieces of information. Just that it's there, that the person is kind of present for you right there. But you know, you can have your whole profile of the person. You just created this person, so you'll have that in the back of your mind. Now, think about, put yourself in their body, in their mind, in their heart, okay? And think, you know, and you're gonna see what they're seeing, hear what they're hearing. You're gonna think what they're thinking and feeling during just a normal day, a normal week, a normal year. Okay, so it's not an activity. It can be anything. They're walking through the streets. They're going shopping. They're at school. They're at home. They're going through the neighborhood. They're on a trip. What are they seeing in a general sense? What is this person seeing? Various times, all the time, sometimes. What are they hearing? Then you know, that's the world around them, right? And then, but what are they thinking? What is this global citizen thinking? Think about some of the things we said about a global citizen, you know, and how they're thinking. What are they feeling? All right, go into explore their heart. I think it's really good if you have the possibility to just be silent for 2 minutes. Then maybe, you know, if you're a teacher and you're facilitating this exercise, maybe just have everybody just be silent 2 minutes just for themselves to get, you know, take the time to get into this person, kind of explore this global citizen and think first. Then take another 12 or 13 minutes to do this activity. Okay? So go ahead and start doing that now. All right, so now we're going to move on to task number 3. This is fairly simple. I hope you just got for task 2 a lot of different words down, just ideas and everything. There's no right and wrong, right? So maybe you thought as a group you had kind of different ideas, and you put very different things that the person was feeling. That's perfectly okay. But as a group, just kind of go through the groups. Have one group present their results, and just maybe 2 or 3 of the things in each of the categories, and then the rest of the groups can just kind of add in, maybe leaving out the repetitions and just adding some new things. It's important here too. There's no right and wrong. So we have very different views and very different feelings about what a global citizen is. Even in the group, you might have noticed that. Now comparing the groups, it's going to be very different, and that's going to be interesting to look at. Maybe when you're listening, just think about it. How big is the person thinking? How small, how focused on them, their society. How some are going to be focused on bigger things. Some are going to be much more positive. And some people are still maybe maybe it's the person they want to force change, force other people to change quickly. There'll be some of that as well in there. So just be open for anything the groups have to say, and go ahead and take 12 minutes starting right now. All right. So that was the end of task 3. And I hope you had, let me put it this way. I hope you have some more time during class, right? I wanted to keep it to 1 hour. I think we about kept it to 1 hour, right? I'm sorry, maybe I talked too much and you needed about an hour and 5 minutes right there. Still, if you have some time, because I think it's good to kind of discuss about this issue on maybe kind of some different levels, all right? And so I call this some food for thought for a discussion, and maybe you have another 20 minutes during class, and you can go through these different, read these foods for thought, and basically what I experience a lot, and so this is kind of more of a comparison. Think about your results. That very often what a global citizen, what they see and what they hear, that's what you would see and hear too. There's no real big difference. But what do we do with that? What do we think? What do we feel? And that's kind of the difference, is that, that the global citizen is actually going to be more convinced, and you'll see that in their thoughts and their feelings, that we should do something about it. They want to do something about it. And if you're able to really feel into a global citizen, there's going to be a very open mind, an open will. There's a lot of tolerance. There's, very much, there's an understanding of other people, of the people who are in a situation. There's an understanding of, people that are critiquing, the system. There's an understanding of the fact that people are maybe scared in a certain situation. And there's that they're not sure what to do next. So that's also interesting to see if some of the people are, if some of you kind of thought and felt into that as well. So yeah, go ahead and compare the results a little bit and see if that was also the case. I'd like you to maybe, if you have time, reflect on the exercise itself. That means, how did it feel to do the exercise? How easy was it to do this exercise? It's, the person's not even real. You don't even really know them, right? So that's also difficult. And the fact that we're trying to think about some kind of like ideal person, right? Ideal global citizen. If you're not that person, is it even possible to put yourself in that, in their shoes? What does that do with, maybe that released even some kind of negative emotions? Talk about it. That's okay. That is part of the exercise as well. Yeah. And then the last thing, take action. Think about what your school is doing. How are they working on global citizenship education? They might not be calling it that. That's okay, but if you are a UNESCO school, then you are maybe working on these issues. But think further than that. That's one thing, just to identify where we're at, what are we doing, but what could the school be doing? What could you be doing? And what will you do? So kind of the challenge right now to say, because that's the big difference. That's the knowledge action gap. That's, this, we can talk a lot, but where are you going to be in 12 months? How are you going to change something, on your level, or the level of a school, your classes, if you're an educator? It's real easy to point the fingers, the system. It's all of these external factors. And I understand that very well. I'm a teacher myself. You can't just throw it all in the trash and recreate, something new. That's not the point. But there can be that 1, 2, 3 things, I think. So thank you. Thank you for tuning in, taking part in this exercise. This is something that's going to be available on YouTube as well. And I'm here for questions, right? So we still have time, ask some questions as well, using Slido. This is definitely the time to be doing that. And I'll stick around for another 10 or 15 minutes. And that's the end of the tasks anyway. And, feel free to continue with these discussions and, don't worry about asking anything. So. All right, then have a wonderful day. Bye bye.
So, hi, this is just a quick test to see if everything is working. And one more time, test for the live stream. We'll start in a second.
You will have some.
So, hi everybody, welcome to our live stream. So I'm in the studio now with Professor Stanislav Babic and also some students of his, and they will be presenting various research as well. And we'll be going, I think this will be about an hour and a half of, and we will start with Stanislav, and then we will continue with some other presentations. So, Stanislav, maybe you introduce yourself as well. Tell us where you are a professor so that we know something.
Yes, I'm a professor of university and mainly I see the main part of auditorium with my students, but I will add that I'm a coordinator of Baltic Sea project in Russia, very long time, and just now I think we will start our presentation, our joint presentation, because of This is, I think, the first experience, and I'm very thankful to Nick such experience, and I'm very thankful to you that you organize so I think grandiose performance. Yes, I'm looking before today some seminars, and it's very nice and very I think it's very interesting experience for the future. But of course it will be much more better if we will see each other in the real life. We hope so. We hope so.
That's right.
Yeah, and just now I'm starting our presentation, and I think we will just switch on my how I will switch on my screen.
So you should have at the bottom of your screen, the possibility to share your screen. I don't know what it says exactly.
I'm switch on the demonstration of my screen, but
usually it's to the right of the chat. So somewhere it says chat, and to the right of that, you have the possibility to share your screen.
I'm reading that my screen is switched off.
Do we need to? Does Stanislav have the? Okay. Yeah, you have the rights to do it, Stanislav. So maybe once you push it.
Just a moment, I will ask. I will. Okay.
That's right. So when you push on the button, then you need to click one of your screens that you want to share, and then you should have a little blue button that says something like
I see.
Like share.
Button, okay. It's a pity, but my screen is switched off. I'm reading this.
I'm just wondering.
I'm
wondering if others can also. Henley, am I the host? Now I'm the host. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to make him co-host. Okay. Stanislav, would you try one more time?
I tried. I'm trying, but just now.
Now, okay, perfect.
Just is okay.
Now we have it. Okay, wonderful.
Yeah. That's nice. And today we will talk about, I think, a new program that we will suggest from our Russian side of our working in Baltic Sea project, because we represent the largest city in the Baltic area. And of course, we usually I am talking about the environmental problems or cultural ideas or economical problems or successful things from the person who is an urban person. And today we will see about our presentation about the role of the cities in a global process, in a process of cultural, economical, environmental processes. And first of all, I'm show you a definition of urbanization, and I'm especially I'm choose this picture because I think that at night is the most interesting to see on the process of urbanization. And today we will talk about globalization, and I suggest this term for our participants. And then the globalization is beginning. Usually, most experts was talking that it started with Columbus voyage, because after that expedition, this expedition was connected two worlds, old world and new world, as usually we are talking in our literature. But this process of globalization was started much more earlier in an area of Asia and Europe. And I think the Chinese Silk Road was a first main traffic traffic for culture, traffic for religion, traffic for innovation in technical, economical, and other things. And today we will see the in first part of our meeting, we was talking about the role of different cities in process of globalization. And I will suggest the first presentation for Yulia Kuznetsova. She will start historical part of our workshop. Yulia, show the Юля, покажи рукой, помахай, кто ты. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I can't switch on the presentation.
So yes, one moment, we'll take care of that.
Okay.
I'm afraid that Yulia has the same problems as I am.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Yulia, try one more time, please.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a minute.
Yeah, that's nice.
So, good afternoon. My name is Yulia Kuznetsova. The topic of my talk today is Dunhuan as a center of intercultural dialogue. More than 2,000 years ago, the trade appeared on the continent of Eurasia, connecting absolutely different European and Asian civilizations, and later formed into a historically important transcontinental route of antiquity, the Great Silk Road. Starting from the 5 to millennium before Christ, there were separate sections of the Great Silk Road: the Amber Way, connected the population of the regions of Europe, Asia, and Africa. The Lapis-Lazuli Road connected Central Asia and the Middle East with the Mediterranean and India. And the Jade Way connected East Turkestan with China. At that time, the first leading civilizations of our planet were Egypt, Sumeria, Mohenjo-Daro, while China's civilization was at a lower level of economic development. And so the Jade Way has become the first transcontinental route that promotes China's development. For the first time, amber products were found in the tomb of Tutankhamun. Lapis lazuli was mined in the western part of the Tibetan mountain system. At the same time, archaeologists find lapis lazuli in the most ancient civilizations. It is worth nothing that in Russia, lapis lazuli, which was brought from civilizations located west of Tibet, was also in demand. This is evidenced by the lapis lazuli columns of St. Isaac's Cathedral. Jade was extremely popular in China and in the countries of East and Southeast Asia. Therefore, the Jade Way develops even earlier. Jade is still popular in China today. Between Asia and Europe, the intermediary in establishing peace has become light in weight, easy to transport, and attractive in beauty silk. The Great Silk Road began to function as a regular trade and diplomatic artery from the middle of the 2nd century before Christ and existed until the 14th century before the opening of the sea routes. The Silk Road began in ancient Xi'an. In 121 before Christ, the Chinese Han Emperor Wu Di sent the first caravan to Central Asia from Xi'an. His purpose was to sell silk and outlandish goods. Caravan routes stretched across Asia. This period is becoming a heyday for China. For the first time, the process of globalization in Eurasia begins, which consists in the flow of high-quality outlandish goods from China to Europe, and the spread of coin production and monetary circulation. A 5-shu coin was issued. Xi'an was also the spiritual cradle of China. The city occupied a special place in China because from here, in the middle of the 7th century, the spread of Buddhism in China began. Xi'an was also the largest religious center in China. Today, Xi'an is the cultural capital of China, as well as the largest city that lies on the path of the Eurasian Continental Bridge, the transcontinental highway that once united East and West and now revives the Great Silk Road, but on a new level. During the formation of the Great Silk Road, Tibet begins to occupy a central position around which, along its borders, the Silk Road passes. And the main city that served as the gateway to China on the Great Silk Road becomes Dunhuan. It was one of the first trading cities located at the crossroads of all trade routes related to the Silk Road, which was made by traders who came to China from the west. Dunhuan is an ancient historical center of the Great Silk Road. It is located in the heart of the Gobi Desert of Gansu province. Traces of all religions, including Buddhism, are found in Dunhuan. This is also indicated by the fact that Dunhuan is home to the Magao Temple Cave Complex, the oldest monument of Buddhism in China. The most expensive of the archaeological artifacts in Dunhuan is the world's oldest printed document on paper, the Buddhist sacred text Diamond Sutra. Thus, paper silk technology from China through Dunhuan get first to Central Asia and then through the Arabs to Europe. Also, it should be noted that the preserved historical documents indicate that Dunhuan was a spiritual center of this segment of the Great Silk Road and give an idea of a variety of goods exchange. Interestingly, in the scroll, records of merchant caravans are kept in Sogdian, Uyghur, or Turkic Sogdian languages, which indicates that they were made by foreign merchants. According to this document, a large number of goods and silk production technologies penetrate from China to Central Asia. The economic development of the Silk Road obviously influenced the cultural enrichment of Dunhuan. Dunhuan of the Tang period was a typical cosmopolitan city on the Silk Road. Having observed many religions and cultures creating various works of art, it attracted people of completely different nationalities. Today, Dunhuan has become a leading center of world tourism. It attracts huge attention of tourists and pilgrims from all over the world. I would like to thank you all for your attention.
Yes, and the next very important city that we are looking today, it will Baghdad is Islamic world. Elizaveta, please.
I have the same problem with my screen, so.
Henry, please. Elizaveta.
All right, it should work now.
Thank you so much. Hello everyone, my name is Elizaveta and I will tell you about Baghdad. The Arab Caliphate has completely occupied all transport corridors between China and Europe. It started out as a transit zone but began to absorb China's technologies and refine it. The Abbasid Caliphate became the center of the world economic system displaced in China. This is the first state that extended its financial system to the whole world. The Abbasid Caliphate began to issue its own coin, silver dirham, and gold dinar. Arab coins became the world currency of the time. These coins were found in Central Europe, Eastern Europe, Northern Europe, even in the first Vikings' urban settlements. But how were the Vikings related to the Abbasid Caliphate? It's all about trade. But the Vikings had a problem. The Frankish Empire prevented them. The Frankish Empire was already an intermediary in trade with Abbasid Caliphate. Therefore, the Vikings were looking for a way to the Caliphate, bypassing the Frankish Empire. And they succeeded. The Vikings had excellent ships, dracars, which allowed them to reach the Umayyad Caliphate. By the way, the large-scale construction of dracars led to a significant reduction in work on the Vikings' territory. The Arabs had their own ships, but not as powerful as Vikings. However, these ships allowed Arabs to reach the Bay of Bengal, where new empires subsequently emerged. It is well known that caliphs ordered road reports from specialists, and with the development of astronomy and mathematics, mapping has become one of the leading branches of Arab science. Talking about caliphate technologies. Borrowing production technology from China, the first paper mill was built in Baghdad, then in Egypt, Cairo. The first paper that appeared in Europe was made of flax and was called Damascus Scrolls. This paper was very durable and thin, so it could be used for pigeon mail. Pigeon mail connected Baghdad and Cairo. The leadership of Arab Caliphate was driven by leadership in technology, geoeconomical position, in vehicles for international trade. At the same time, Europe was in a subordinate position, but then the Venetian state appeared in the Mediterranean. It's all. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah. And the next city in the way of globalization was Venice. It's very difficult to talk all words about the history of Venice. And I will ask to Alena very shortly to introduce us the role of Venice in the process of historical globalization in the space of Europe and Asia. Alena, please.
Yes, thank you so much. So I see that I have an opportunity to start the demonstration. So actually, thank you. It's my first experience. I'm absolutely amazed, I would say. So yes, I'm good. So can you show, or can you see the demonstration? Right? Yes. Great. Thank you. So yes, I'm gonna share today with you several ideas about Venice and how the Venice became firstly an economic center and then a cultural center. And actually Venice played the same role in the historical globalization process as the Islamic Caliphate. Venice originally served as a transit corridor, and it connects all the ways from Eastern world to Europe. And however, already in the 12th century, Venice forms its own colonies. So the existence of colonies is the result of advanced technologies in submarine shipbuilding. So Venetians built different kinds of ships, and from galleys to Venetian crackers, and the Venetian arsenal allowed Venetians to seize the lead in Mediterranean Sea. So a certain amount of technology got to Europe through the Venice, such as paper, silk, gunpowder, and so on. So Venice becomes a kind of hub. It accumulates large numbers of goods and technologies. And Venice becomes not just a transit point in that case, but it takes a position of leadership in geopolitical scenes. Also, due to pretty intense economic growth, Venice had several monetary reforms, and ducats is one of the most important coin of Venetia. So ducats become more the forerunner of the euro. So in that case, Venice became the leader of South European world economic system, and also, it became a financial center of Europe as it controlled the European currency. In addition to that, Venice, with the first place in Italy, we could say, that had its own system of private banks, and they had state banks only in 16th century. So during the Renaissance, Venice achieved a world domination in the field of glass production. So Murano glass was an exceptional attribute of luxury, and today Murano glass can be bought everywhere in the world, actually. So thanks to all the wealth accumulated in the Venice since 12th century, it became a modern cultural center, and there are so many different events that draw a huge amount of tourists, for example, Venice Carnival. And in conclusion, I just want to highlight the success that Venice has achieved. So firstly, it becomes an economic center of the 12th and 16th century, and a lot of technology came through Venice to Europe, and of course nowadays it's a modern cultural center. So that's actually what I wanted to share with you. Thank you for attention. Pretty open to questions. That's it.
Thank you very much, Alena.
Thank you.
And just now we want to tell that in the same time, then in then in south part of Europe, the economical, technological, and cultural leader was Venice and Venice Republic. In the same time, in the northern part of Europe, another very interesting system of cities was organized, and the leader of that economical system, that's named is Hansa system of cities, was Lübeck. And I think just now we will see the next presentation about Hansa system and Lübeck as a leader of that economical, cultural, and technological process in Northern Europe and Europe in the world. Artyom, please show your.
Yeah, all right. So, fine. Okay, so I hope you see it right now. So let's start. We'll talk about Lübeck, the capital of the Hanseatic League. So Lübeck inherited its name from the Slavic settlement of Lubitsch. He received the right to be called a city in 1163. Lübeck is located in the northern Germany of the river Schwabe in the Schleswig-Holstein region and is considered the largest German port on the Baltic Sea coast. A key moment in the history of Lübeck was 1226, when the city Senate bought the status of a free imperial city from the administration of the Holy Roman Empire, which now could not interfere in the commercial affairs of Lübeck, which made it possible to conduct absolutely independent trade with other countries. This was the second most important advantage of Lübeck, in addition to its favorable geographic location. Third, huge receipts and production of salt. It's clear to say that during the Middle Ages, salt was valued about the same as gold because it possessed a preservative property that could be used in various fields. In addition, salt was extremely difficult to obtain. All this even allowed Lübeck to dictate terms to small principalities and counties. Already in the 12th century, the peninsula became the center of having trade. The 13th century, German chronicler Arnold Lübecky wrote that the Danes had a wealth and abundance of everything thanks to the annual herring catch on this Årø coast. During a fishing season, the necessary salt and preservation of the preservation barrels were brought in from Hanseatic traders, mainly from Lübeck. Lübeck also provided some additional labor for the Sconians, the so-called girl women, who cleaned the fish, providing quick salting of the caught fish. During the 13th century, Lübeck signed trade agreements with other major cities, first of all with Hamburg and Cologne, their main rivals. Later, the Union of these cities sought from London the right to open a representative office, which meant exception from the payment of large duties. Later, the rest, mainly North German cities, began to flow into the Hansa. In 1299, the formed union gets together and agrees that most of the Hanseatic ports will not serve merchant ships that do not belong to their union. By the 14th century, the Hansa was a fairly extensive trade network consisting of more than 1.5 cities. At the head of this old trading power was the city of Lübeck, which was chosen as the main representative of the Hanseatic League. The most authentic areas of the city demonstrate the power and historical role of Hanseatic League. In fact, trade monopoly was
Artem, sorry, you couldn't be so hurried. It's not necessary to be so hurried. You can speak more.
I actually thought that we have a little amount of time. Okay, so I can be slower. The most authentic areas of the city, as I said, demonstrate the power and historical role of the Hanseatic League. In fact, trade monopoly was established in the Baltic and North Seas. The Russians, the Dutch, who would like to join them, the British and the Scandinavians. All of them were particularly absent in the Baltic and North Sea. But their expenses were dominated by Hanseatic ports. They were the largest transport ships at the time, carrying up 200 tons of cargo. They were widespread in the Northern Europe and later in the Mediterranean. One of the main attractions of Lübeck is the cork-like three-masted sailing ship, Lisse von Lübeck, as you can see, which can be seen at the city's port right now. The oldest city in Russia, the cradle of Russian democracy, the medieval center of trade and crafts, the largest partner of Hanseatic League, Alice is Veliki Novgorod. The Novgorod Hanseatic office included the courtyard of St. Olaf and the courtyard of St. Peter. The most important articles of Russian medieval export were furs and wax. They were highly valued through the Europe. According to researchers, in 14th, 15th century, from Novgorod to the west, annually exported more than 500,000 skins, and the export of wax could be several hundred tons per year. In the second half of the 15th century, trips to Novgorod were considered the most profitable and brought the most profit to Hanseatic merchants. The influence of the Hansa was so great that by the end of the 14th century, she could not only sponsor military campaigns of various European states, but also the main political player in the Northern European region, dictating its terms to all three Scandinavian countries, Sweden, Denmark, and Norway. With the onset of the 15th century, Lübeck and the entire trade union began to lose their influence. A party organization, better known as the Brotherhood of the Italians, emerged in the Baltic Sea. Many of them were from the Hansa itself, so it's fair to assume they had a clear idea of who they were robbing. In addition, the Dutch cults began to trade without coordinating it with the Hanseatic League. The situation began to worsen with the formation of Farmer Union. It's quite natural that the sharp shortage of resources and the food supplies began to be observed in the city. However, the arrival of famine in Lübeck in the modern mind is associated with a beautiful legend about one of the many visiting cards of the city, with marzipan. Legend has it, when the food supplies in the city were almost exhausted, someone decided to crush the remaining almonds, add sugar, mix, and then mold small loaves of the resulting mass to distribute them to the poor, for example, in the city hospital Holy Spirit. So later, Lübeck would be called the unofficial marzipan capital of the world. Brick, Hanseatic or North German Gothic, is a type of Gothic style of architecture common in Northern Germany, Poland, and Belarus and all other Baltic states in the 13th to 16th centuries. Brick Gothic is characterized, on the other hand, by the absence of sculptural decoration that cannot be made of bricks, and on the other hand, by the richness of ornamental details of the masonry and destruction of planes due to alternation of red or glass bricks that line whitewash of the walls. As a result, the history of Hanseatic League came to the end, but Lübeck continued to carry status as an important trading point, including the pro-Russian travelers. In the 18th century, Lübeck was the main stop on the way from St. Petersburg to Europe. That's all that I wanted to say.
Thank you, Artem. And I think just now we must talk about the country that was the first in open ocean, because Denise and Hansa, they are working in the seas near their shore. And the first technologies in sea transport, absolutely new, was opened by specialists in Portugal. And I think today, just now, we will see the next presentation about the city Lisbon, and the role of Lisbon and Portugal in process globalization in the world. Please.
I have problems with demonstration.
Маша, помаши ручкой, чтобы было понятно. Да.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, that's good.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Kudravtseva, and I'm going to tell you about the attempts of Portugal and Lisbon to build a world economic system. Portugal gained its independence in the 12th century. Its geographical location had a huge impact on its development. Portugal is located at a considerable distance from the main conflict zones of Europe, which has allowed the kingdom to develop dynamically. At the same time, the lack of free land pushed the Portuguese to develop the ocean. They were the first to explore and exploit new lands outside of European space. All this is happening in connection with the desire to enrich themselves, to prevent the Ottoman Empire from becoming the strongest power in Europe, and the creation of a new type of ship, a caravel with slanting lateen sails under the leadership of Henry the Navigator. Such a caravel could go fast and very steeply to the wind, which made it almost independent of the prevailing wind direction. It could explore the open ocean and the rivers and was more roomy than its Arab prototype. In the shipyards of Brazil, the colony of Portugal, the largest ship of its type at that time, the galleon Padre Eterna, was built. Portuguese ships were built mostly of cork oak. It was the nobility and the upper bourgeoisie that promoted the conquest of North Africa and the nearby archipelagos of Madeira and the Azores. Already in 1415, Portuguese troops stormed Ceuta opposite Gibraltar. The Portuguese began to receive gold, ivory, and slaves from there. In 1441, the first caravan of ships with gold and slaves came to Portugal from Africa. By this time, the fame of the riches of distant Africa began to spread in Europe. The Castilians began to compete with the Portugal navigators. Then Portugal obtained from Pope Nicholas V the publication of a bull. On the 8th of January 1454, Pope Nicholas V signed the bull Romanus Pontifex, granting Portugal the exclusive right to seize African lands south of Morocco. The document marked the beginning of the European colonization of the Black Continent. It was thanks to this document and the advantage of Portugal in shipbuilding at that time that they were able to build their empire. And in this slide, you can see the map of Portuguese colonial empire. Red color is actual ownership. Green is research. Yellow color is areas of influence and trade. Light pink is claims to sovereignty. Purple is trading posts, and the last one, blue color, is major marine research, routes, and areas of influence. In 1494, the Treaty of Tordesillas was signed, which established the division of the directions of ocean expansion and spheres of influence outside Europe. Thus, in addition to the dividing line of the Atlantic Ocean,
the division of the Western Maghreb between Castile and Portugal was established. Portugal gained possession to the west of the dividing line and Spain to the east. This is the beginning of the Age of Discovery and the domination of the Portuguese and Castilian empires. This symbolic white limestone caravel is a tribute to the memory and respect of the Portuguese navigators. In addition to Spain, Great Britain also joined the competition. Huge sums were spent by Portugal on the maintenance of the military fleet, which was supposed to protect the merchant ships of Portugal from the attacks of corsairs. In England, they are called privateers. In 1562, the British government issued corsair patents to privateers Hawkins and Drake. This is the main difference between corsairs and pirates. Corsairs have a document on the right to rob, and pirates are engaged in this free way. Gold and wealth played an ambiguous role in the development of Portugal. On the one hand, thanks to the expedition, so much gold arrived in Portugal that in 1452 the first Portuguese gold coins were minted. Thanks to the large income generated by the increased gold mining, the clergy and aristocracy of Lisbon commissioned luxurious buildings, such as Mafra Palace on the outskirts of the city, the National Pantheon, countless palaces of the nobility, and the aqueduct of free water. However, on the other hand, wealth has not brought long-term success to the country, even despite its excellent EGP. Portugal very quickly lost its importance because it didn't invest in production and technology development, simply wasting money, which led to the stratification of society and the loss of economic power. Ordinary people lived in poverty and in terrible conditions, and since that period, Lisbon has been described for the first time as a dirty, degraded, and non-European city. The last rise in economic importance for Europe, Portugal had at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries, and the symbol of the Industrial Revolution is the widespread use of elevators. And also about symbols, due to the increasing number of slaves in the colony of Portugal, Brazil, and the need to provide them with food, the Portuguese caught huge quantities of cod fish, bacalhau, becoming the leader in the North Atlantic. This interested many other countries, and cod fish was the main protein product in sea voyages. Over the centuries, this fish has become a symbol of Portuguese identity. And if you haven't tried bacalhau, you can say you haven't been to Portugal. The symbol of Portugal's modern economy is also azulejo and Portuguese tableware. Portugal has traditional, historical, and cultural ties, first of all with Brazil. Both countries share long and close ties in the distant past. Monuments to Christ are a certain symbol of the countries of the former colonies of Portugal. So Rio de Janeiro, East Timor, Dili, Angola, Lubanka, and of course Portugal, Lisbon. Another important partner of Lisbon is Macau, as Macau was officially founded as a colony of Portugal in 1557. In the current situation, Portugal has become a bridge between Europe and Asia after joining the new Silk Road. The Chinese president confirmed the good state of such relations. Macau is often called Chinese Portugal because only here, within the historical center, are so different from each other mansions in the Portuguese colonial style and modern skyscrapers, Catholic churches, and Buddhist temples. And to conclude, Portugal wasn't able to build a world economic system. One of the reasons for this is that it didn't have a territory where to supply products, as it managed, for example, Venice or Amsterdam. However, it is Lisbon that is the international center from which the development of the economic space of Europeans began. Thanks for your attention. That's all.
Yeah, thank you very much. And just now we will talk about next city that was a leader in a process of globalization, in world globalization. Now we are talking not about European and Asian globalization. We could talk about process of globalization in the whole world. And of course, the first city and first country that was a real leader in that process was Netherlands, and of course the main city of this country is Amsterdam. Please.
Yes, I'm here, and I need the opportunity to switch on my presentation, please. The organizer has switched off the opportunity to demonstrate. Yes, I'm here. One second. Yes, I can. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Good afternoon. My name is Maria, and I would like to tell you more about Amsterdam now. I'm very glad for the opportunity to be presented here. Amsterdam is the center of the world economic system, given due to the economic and geographical
Have no connection.
place where
Maybe we try to switch the video off and just show the presentation.
all European trade routes have concentrated since the 12th century.
Masha, switch off
Their
video. Switch off your video.
the global economic power was confirmed by it was followed by the West India Company, which traded in sugar, tobacco, and gold. This construction played an important role in those times. The Dutch line was brought from the Schwarzwald.
Маша, ты меня слышишь?
Netherlands was developing.
Маша, ты меня слышишь?
17th century, whaling became very popular. Yes? Да.
Маша, не получается у тебя связи нету. Отключись, пожалуйста.
Слышу, да.
Слышу? Давай, давай. Ага, отлично, работаем.
Да, слышу.
Паш, скинь мне презентацию, я ее включу, а ты будешь говорить.
I think just now we will start the next presentation. The next city, it is London. It's Great Britain. The next world global city, and the next leader in globalization, in the world globalization, is London. London, sorry.
Yes, good afternoon.
Masya, show you. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, do you see my screen? Yeah, okay, good. My name is Anastasia Starikova, and I'd like to talk about the role of London and England. So the first point I would like to address is the city of London. It was founded in 50 on the north bank of the River Thames. And as in other port cities, it boomed in trade, which attracted merchants and entrepreneurs from all over the world. The first seaborne engagement was in 882. It is for this reason that King Alfred is often claimed to be the founder of the British Navy. And later, most ships were built for the purpose of trade. In the first half of the 16th century, the English maritime economy was dominated by the trade between London and Antwerp. Economic and political crisis led to decline and eventual collapse of the Antwerp market in the 16th century. So this prompted English merchants to start looking further afield. From this moment onwards, a succession of voyagers to more distant parts of Europe, even including Russia, as well as growing numbers of transoceanic enterprises sought to open new markets and gain access to exotic high-value goods. But this gave a new round in the development of shipbuilding. However, the development of the sailing fleet led to serious environmental problems. So we can see that many English oaks were destroyed. The Tudor period was the great age of discovery and the beginning of world expansion. So Henry VIII had ships built which had improved seaworthiness and armaments. And in 1514, the Henry Grace Adieu, the largest warship in the world, was launched. It was the first ship with heavy guns. And in the result, in the end of 16th century, England became a world sea power and regional hegemon in Europe. So the next stage, which significantly affected the shipbuilding industry and the position of England in the world, was Industrial Revolution. During this period, coal took the place of the main energy resource. So, for example, Cardiff coal, produced at numerous mines in Wales, was sent through the port of Cardiff abroad, even including to Russia. And the slide shows the transport and logistics network of British freight transport companies in the UK based on English coal. So innovations in the energy sector have contributed to technological development, and there was a branch of ferrous metallurgy and railway transport began to develop. Specialists of the British Navy became interested in steam engines, and in the beginning of 19th century, the first steam-powered warship entered service. And then in 1860, the first all-metal battleship was launched in England. So let's get back to the economy. In addition to trade, merchants also engaged in banking and developed this sector. Thanks to them, the Bank of England and the famous stock exchanges presented on the slide appeared. And as a result of the achievements of the Industrial Revolution, the pound sterling gained the importance of the world currency, and London began to play a role of the world financial center. Thus, many factors contributed to the formation of London, from natural to economic. And in conclusion, I would like to know that England has in many ways became a role model for many states in various fields. So, for example, the visit of Peter the Great to London inspired the emperor to use a special type of shipbuilding, and as well as to create the first stock exchange in Russia. And that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Nastya. And I think now we will talk about modern problem, where we will talk about the investigation that we are making in our city. And I think that we have two participants from Baltic Sea schools. The Lyceum is 179. Are you ready to show us a modern investigation of environmental problem in the city, in the big city? Please.
Of course, yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Margarita Bykova.
And I'm Masha Shula.
And we are, as said, students of Lyceum number 179. Our school takes environmental issues very seriously, and our students are constantly researching about air, water, and soil pollution. We're always engaged in different ecological conferences, and apart from that, we cooperate with the Mechnikov's Medical University, where we learn practical medical skills. As you may know, there's lots of water bodies around St. Petersburg. Therefore, lots of beaches surround our city. And keeping them clean is extremely important for the environment and for humans, as different metals in the soil badly affect our body. Now I will pass the word to Masha, who will tell you more about soil pollution in the beaches.
So I have the same problem. I'm okay. Well, I hope you can see my presentation.
Yeah,
so
we can see it.
Dear conference participants, I would like to introduce a project which is called Study of Sandy Soils from the beaches of Kurortny district for the content of heavy metals. I chose this topic because St. Petersburg is an industrial city with a multi-million population and a large number of vehicles, which greatly affects the ecological state of soils. Due to the fact that the soil is a practically non-renewable resource and has a powerful absorbing property, chemicals which fall into it are practically not removed. Therefore, heavy metals accumulate in soils, which leads to environmentally dangerous effects that are not good for people's health. So that's why it's very important to study the content of heavy metals in sandy soils. The aim of my project is determination of the content of heavy metals in soils of sandy type from beaches and comparison these indicators for 3 years. And the aim of my project is, I suppose that sandy soils collected on the beaches comply with the sanitary standards and are safe. For my research, I took 2 samples from sandy soils from beaches Razliv, from the Lake Razliv beaches Detski and Green Mountain, and the other 2 samples from Gulf of Finland, beaches Wonderful and Zolotoy. And for my research, I used the method of atomic absorption spectrometry. This method is based on the phenomenon of resonant absorption of light by free atoms of the element being determined. During the resonance absorption, an atom passes from the ground level to the nearest excited energy level. So on this slide, you can see a 3-year monitoring of lead content in research samples. As you can see, in 2018, the lead content in the sample from the Great Mountain Beach has the highest value. In 2019, it increased by 1.5 times. And in 2020, the lead content in this sample decreased by about 7 milligram per kilogram. And in the sample from the beach Detski, the lead content has the highest value. Here is a 3-year monitoring of manganese content in research samples. Using the diagram, you can see that in 2018, the manganese content in the sample from the beach Green Mountain has the greatest value, which is about 15% of the MPC. In 2019, in the sample, it decreased by about 4.5 times, but still has the highest value. But last year, quantity of manganese increased in 8.5 times. Here you can see a 3-year monitoring of mercury content in research samples. As you can see, in 2018, the content of mercury in the sample from the Green Mountain Beach has the highest value. It is about 3% of the MPC. In 2019, the mercury content in the same sample decreased by 0.001 milligram per kilogram, and in 2020, the amount of mercury in all samples is the same. And on this slide, you can see a monitoring of arsenic content in research samples. Using this diagram, you can notice that in 2018, the content of arsenic in the sample from the beach Green Mountain had the highest value, which is about 50% of the MPC. By the 2020, the content of arsenic became lower. As you know, injection of heavy metals into the body can lead to terrible effects on human health. For example, it can be headaches, apathy, weakening of memories, attention, mental performance, stomach aches, and even the development of skin diseases and anemia. And in conclusion, I'd like to say that the study has shown that all indicators of heavy metals are normal. At the same time, it was noticed that in 2018 and 2019, the highest content of heavy metals is observed in the sample from Lake Razliv, the beach Green Mountain, and in 2020, in the same sample from the Lake Razliv, Detski Beach. In almost all of study samples, the amount of heavy metals decreased compared to 2018. During studying the literature, it turned out that the main reason for the ingress of heavy metals into the soil is motor vehicles, since the investigated beaches are located next to the Primorska roadway. In order to preserve human health, it is necessary to optimize the movement of transport, develop alternative energy resources, modify engines that use alternative fuels, and burn and purify fossil fuels. So thank you for your attention, and I'd like to add that nowadays, besides the containing of heavy metals and soils, there is an actual problem of monitoring an radioactive gas called radon, which can't be detected without special devices. And about it, Margarita will tell you.
Margarita, please till a little bit later, then we will have, because now we are limiting in time, and I need to introduce you Nadezhda Belarus and her presentation, because now we must talk about our city. Not all, we are working in our city not only with investigation of environmental problems. We are looking at the cultural program for our city too. And I hope that another school of Baltic Sea Project School from our city will show a new program. Nadezhda, please.
Hello, hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? No? Shall I switch something? Can you hear me? No?
But your presentation
These are all demonstrates my presentation.
yeah. Henry, the screen of Елизавета in another screen. Yeah.
A bit later, yes. Doesn't have much to show.
Елизавета will show the presentation.
It's not the presentation, but it's just a screen. It's a bit later. Yes, I can start speaking. Can I? Yes. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the organizers of this event for the opportunity to share experience and to gain some new experience. I'm not a student, but I'm representing School 639 of St. Petersburg. We have been in the Baltic Sea project since 1996. And now we are the regional coordinator of the UNESCO schools in the northwest of Russia. And that is why our project tries to involve as many schools in this district as it is possible. The idea of these cross-cultural projects appeared during the cross-cultural encounters, which were organized by the general coordinator of the Baltic Sea projects in October. This project was designed to support the thematic action area suggested by the organizers, which was to enhance the intercultural learning with the appreciation of cultural diversity and heritage in the countries surrounding the Baltic Sea. In our project, we focused not only on the diversity of the cultures, but also on the likeness of the cultural roots, traditions of the Baltic Sea countries. Everyone knows that ecology and nature have always been a point of interest for all the Baltic states, and this interest was most vividly reflected in the culture of the beginning of the 20th century, and especially in the architecture. In the architectural style, which was known as Art Nouveau, or in Scandinavian countries, it is known as Northern Romantic style. And in St. Petersburg, there are a lot of such buildings, which style was influenced by this Northern Romantic style. The aim of the project was our students who took part in the project had to make sure that nature is not too far from the business clutter of the city. It can be found everywhere, in the decor, in the motifs of the buildings, which are known to everyone or sometimes not known. So the students had to find information about such buildings of the beginning of the 20th century in this Northern Romantic style, take pictures, find the natural motifs used in the decor of this building. And as a result of this work, We collected about 100 such objects in St. Petersburg and in Vyborg. And there were 127 participants all in all from 13 schools of St. Petersburg and the region. That was the first part of the project, which lasted 3 months. And the result of every project is a product. We had such an experience when we produced a board game, which was called Along St. Petersburg with UNESCO. And now all the schools participating in the project take part in the second part of it and try to produce this kind of project, this kind of product. The example of the product which our school started producing is a story map, which Lisa will show you later. Yes, the stone forest. So the description is connected with a place in the city, and you can read stories, legends, curious facts about this. It can be also a tourist route, a thematic route, or maybe some teaching aid, which can be used at the lessons. So unfortunately, though some schools from Helsinki were interested in the project, they couldn't take part in it because of the lockdown, unfortunately. But we still hope that they will join it and also take part in this work. So we are always open to cooperation, and please join us, those who would like to.
Yeah, thank you, Nadezhda. And I must say, of course, it's very pity that the presentation we're looking only in Russian version, but I think that it's really it should be a good new program, and I hope you will prepare the short version in English language for the future cooperation, because I think that it's a good example for a new program for country around the Baltic Sea. And Nick, did you are here? One question, managing question. Could we use the time over our time, or we are limited?
We have to make a cut at 4:15. So it's okay. We can go a little over.
4:15. So, yeah. Okay. That
so
means that we have 25 minutes.
25 minutes. That's okay.
Minutes. Yeah, that's good. In that case, I'm a little bit exchange our presentation, because the problem of connection take our time, but it's not a problem. And I think I suggest to Margarita, please, your presentation.
Okay, hi.
Please be a little bit more fast, because we are, okay?
I'll try to be as fast as possible.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I will share the screen now. Is it working?
Yes.
Okay, great. Is everything all right?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah, okay, great.
Hello, everyone again. My name is Margarita Bykova, and today I would like to tell you about isotopes of radon in residential and public buildings of St. Petersburg and the Leningrad region. My supervisor is Anna Bukovskaya. First of all, what is radon? Radon is a naturally occurring, odorless, colorless radioactive gas that is a decay product of radium. Unfortunately, it negatively affects human body by increasing the risk of lung cancer, and also negatively and also causing a violation to the female reproductive system, complications during pregnancy, and different photopathologies in the fetus and newborns. So it's a pretty serious issue, I'd say. Unfortunately, in St. Petersburg, there are also some red and hazardous areas, which are marked red on the map, as you can see. So that's why I decided to see for myself and assess the radon content in public and residential buildings of St. Petersburg and the Leningrad region. And I believe that the radon content in these buildings does not exceed the radiation safety standards of 2009 year. In my study, I would like to see the dependence of the amount of radon on the type of building, on the purpose of building, dependence on the location of the proximity, locations of the location, and on the proximity of the power lines. Now let's talk about some radon concentration indicators. First is radon activity, which is a constant value for each element. Secondly, volumetric activity is, as you can see, the number of decays per unit volume, which is measured in becquerels per cubic meter or becquerels per kilogram. There's also equivalent equilibrium volumetric activity, which we will call EEV for short, which is used to estimate the mixture of short-lived daughter decay products that have not yet reached the equilibrium. It's also measured in becquerels per cubic meter or becquerels per kilogram. Now let's talk about sample collection points. As we can see, there were overall 10 collection points located in different districts of St. Petersburg and of the Leningrad region. There are some points in the Kalininsky district, in Vyborsky district, Kirovsky, some in Murino. As we can see, the method I used for my research was the method of sorption column. There were 10 sorption columns that we put in the rooms for 3 days each. Then we took them off and put them in special spectrometer radiometer, which read the volumetric activity of radon in those columns. Now let's get to the measurement results. As we can see, the volumetric activity of radon isotopes does not depend whether the building is residential or public, or if it's a block or a brick building. However, we can see that in the point 1, there is a notable increase of volumetric activity of radon isotopes. However, it is concerning, but we shouldn't be scared, because I use special formulas to see if all of the buildings are safe or not for humans. The first formula is the EEV, which is just another indicator of radon isotopes. Second one is average annual EEV, which is used to see if the building is safe or not. The condition that you can see, the facility safety assessment, tells us that the average annual EEV should not exceed the norm of 100 becquerels per cubic meter. And if this condition is not met, then we use the second formula. And if this condition is met, then we recalculate the EEV and use the formulas again. Let's see the calculation results. We can tell for sure that all of the buildings are safe for humans because they do not exceed the radiation safety standard. Even the point 1 is safe for humans, even though the volumetric activity is increased. Now let's get to the conclusions. First of all of the buildings are safe for humans. Even the basement public room, which is the point number 1, where we saw a notable increase of volumetric activity of radon isotopes. The volumetric activity of radon isotopes does not depend whether the building is public or residential, if it's made of brick or block, or if the power lines are near the building, because we saw that the volumetric activity was overall consistent on the graphs. And all of the districts that we chose for our research are safe for humans. And I can happily say that the monitoring of radon isotopes is doing well, and we are safe for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Margarita. And now I think we must to talk about future. And we come again to process of globalization and new technologies. Sasha Yevseyeva, yes, yeah. I think just we will talk about a very popular new program is Smart City. I think that is a new technology of city management. And of course, we must talk about that because we must talk about the future. And I think Alexander will tell us about experience again in Asia, because the so-called is going from Asia to European countries and now again to Asia. Of course, we know that Smart City is a very popular program for European countries, but Alexander will show us Japanese experience. Саша, помаши ручкой.
Hello.
Саша, и как можно короче.
Okay. Thank you. Well, hello to everybody. My name is Alexandra, and I'm going to tell you a few words about smart city conception in Japan. Well, nowadays concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere is growing, so the world needs to stabilize and reduce it, aiming to low carbon society. One of the eco-friendly models for organizing space is the concept of smart city, which is very clearly presented in Japan. Smart city is a kind of unit of space which is full-fledged system built from scratch and built into the existing layout and economic system of the city. Such systems in the system are oriented precisely towards the post-industrial economy. One example is in Osaka. Suita is a smart city for sustainable development, will be built in Japan by Panasonic and 13 large Japanese companies by 2022. It will be the third such project in the country, but with a narrow specialization in the field of medicine and health. All residents of Suita will have access to consultant and direct medical support. For example, the elderly will be looked after by special sensors and video analytics system from Panasonic in combination with peripheral medical equipment compatible with the Internet of Things. Using algorithms of behavioral analysis, the system will be able to recognize the slightest deviation in the routine behavior of people, indicating the onset of various diseases. Another strategic goal of the project is to ensure 100% safety and convenience for residents and guests. For this, a unified monitoring system will be created in the city based on high-resolution video surveillance cameras, as well as object recognition technologies, robotization, and artificial intelligence. The system will allow you to control access to various parts of the city, prevent violations of law and order, and provide residents with personalized services. To manage the city, a special suitable town platform will be created based on a Panasonic Home X automation systems, which allows the city to adapt to its changing needs. Suita is said to become the first community in Japan to be 100% renewable energy. For this, all houses will be equipped with household fuel cell generators and batteries. Kansai Electric Power will also supply green energy, including from its power plant on Panasonic photovoltaic panels. Another partner, Osaka Gas, will develop a new model for using natural gas from greater energy flexibility of the city. It is also important to mention that it was Osaka Gas that launched several hydrogen energy projects. Now there is a refueling station that uses blue hydrogen from gas, but there are already about 10 green hydrogen projects operating throughout Japan. So we understand that the moment is quite close when only 100% pure method will be used to generate hydrogen fuel. And historically, the most important industry for Osaka has long been innovative energy, which will produce clean energy. In the mid-50s, Osaka suffered from terrifying smoke and mercury in its rivers, as Osaka became a major industrial center of the country. Since the 70s, the government has made significant efforts to rehabilitate the environment, and since then, Osaka has been at the forefront when it comes to renewable energy and the environment. Therefore, there are many innovative energy projects in Osaka. The Sakishima district has established the National Laboratory for Advanced Energy Storage Technologies, one of the world's largest testing and evaluation centers for large-scale battery energy storage systems. A demonstration project for the use of electric vehicle batteries has also been launched in the Yumeshima area. In addition, a hydrogen network project is underway in the Kansai International Airport area. The project developed fuel cell forklift trucks and the first hydrogen refueling facility at an airport in Japan to supply hydrogen to fuel cell vehicles. It's also essential to say a few words about previous two projects of Panasonic. First one is Fujisawa. The city became the first high-tech settlement built from scratch on the site of a former electronics factory. The city's infrastructure is based on a smart grid that connects all buildings. It allows you to maintain a balance between consumer demand and generation of electricity from renewable sources. Each home is equipped with solar panels, an EcoCute heat pump hot water system, and an NF-farm fuel cell generator designed by Panasonic for home use. These devices are integrated in a network that regulates the supply of electricity to homes. An F-farm, which is characterized by a record efficiency among analogs, can generate electricity and hot water due to a chemical reaction between hydrogen supplied through the pipeline and oxygen. Panasonic is convinced that an F-farm cuts costs by 37% over a standard power scheme. Highest energy efficiency is a key factor in the success of the project. Fujisawa produces 70% less carbon dioxide emissions, saves 30% of water, and 30% of the electricity used comes from local renewable energy facilities. And here are some landscapes of Fujisawa. And the second city is Tsunashima. In Tsunashima, a network of smart sensors and surveillance cameras has been organized to collect information about the state of the environment, movement of people, and road traffic. Based on this data, an intelligent city management system will be able to regulate various processes such as energy consumption, road traffic, and so on. In addition, an important function of Tsunashima will be testing innovative technologies and creating new smart solutions. Tsunashima also uses an energy-efficient model. Here are the basic principles on the right. It is also important to mention that the homes are using hydrogen fuel cell systems, as in Fujisawa, and a hydrogen refueling project has been implemented. One of the principles is to increase the use of hydrogen and clean energy sources. However, until the cost of energy from renewable sources is reduced, natural gas will remain the priority. Nevertheless, countries around the world are striving to limit global warming, and hydrogen can play a key role in the fundamental shift that is required in our energy system. And having analyzed the concept of a smart city, we understand that these projects are aimed at reducing the environmental burden to our city and environment at all, but maintaining the quality of life of city residents at a high level. So that's all I wanted to say today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. And take off, please, your presentation. And of course, we are from St. Petersburg. And of course, we must talk about St. Petersburg. This means that we have time for our last presentation. And Mikhail, there are you?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, please tell us about our city there as a city of intercultural, I think the most beautiful city in the world, I think so. Mikhail, please.
I agree with this. Henry, could you please give co-organizer rights to Mikhail Pishin?
Помаши ручкой.
It's I'm using my phone for connection, but I'm doing with my presentation with from PC. Oh, yes. Can you see it?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. So I would like to tell you about St. Petersburg as a Russian progress center. St. Petersburg is located in the Neva Delta on the shore of the Gulf of Finland. And this territory holds colossal significance for Russia since the Russian statehood was founded. Because two main routes started here. It's Volga trade route, it's in red, and Dnieper trade route, it's in purple. Both of these routes were aimed at trade with the Caliphate. The presence of the first capital of Russian state in Staraya Ladoga may also indicate the economic and political importance of this area. According to legend, it was that here Rurik began his reign all over Russia. The Baltic Sea was the most convenient for a trade with European countries, as it was possible to conduct trade through it regardless of foreign control. So, Ivan III founded Ivangorod as the first Russian port in the Baltic. At the beginning of the 18th century, Russia was on the verge of great changes. After the death of Ivan I, Russia was in a state of instability, in both political and economic. Because of this, external relations were greatly reduced. At the time, Russia needed to establish contact with its western neighbors for further economic development. For Russia, St. Petersburg has become the center of modernization. Tsar Peter I invited many foreign specialists. Interestingly, a similar model is used by a Prussian king, King Frederick the Great, 20 years after the Peter's death. Industry in Russia was developed initially for military purposes, due to the unstable geopolitical situation. Peter considered a strong fleet to be the key to maintaining stability. In this regard, the task of development the industry was set. We can say that the heart of the Russian Navy was the Admiralty. In Peter's time, the Admiralty was the largest industrial facility in the entire empire. At the moment, the Admiralty shipyard is considered the heir to the Admiralty. And this shipyard is also part of the United Shipbuilding Company. By the joint effort of the United Shipbuilding Company in 2019, the modern tourist liner Peter the Great was completed and launched. At the end of the Peter's life, our ships were already trading in the Atlantic coast in Bordeaux, France, and Cadiz, Spain. The image on the left shows a picture of Peter's favorite ship in Germanland. He personally designed it after studying from Dutch masters. The success in the field of shipbuilding gave Russia the great travelers such as Vitus Bering, the organizer of Kamchatka expedition. His name is immortalized on a world map. We can also mention Tadeusz Bellingshausen and Mikhail Lazarev, the discoverers of Antarctica. It was in St. Petersburg that the journey began. For the production of fleet, an extensive resources base was required, in particular ship's timber. This slide shows a map of protection forests in St. Petersburg. Let me tell you it's a history about this park. Returning to St. Petersburg with a victory in the Battle of Gangut, Peter's fleet discovered an oak brook, which Peter liked so much that in 1717 he ordered to plant several thousand young oak trees, which were later planned to be used in the construction of ships. Unfortunately, after Peter's death, the forest fell into some desolation. A reconstruction of the key park took place in the middle of the 20th century. After the restoration, the park became the recreational center of the city. It remains so to these days. Also, this park is classified a UNESCO Cultural Heritage Site. Lindelovskaya Group is located in the Vyborg district in St. Petersburg. The most important mast forest for the empire was planted in the grove. For the first time, larch was planted by decree of Peter I in 1738. Now, many years later, the forest does not fulfill its original function, but it performs a recreational function, being a place of rest for many residents of St. Petersburg and the Leningrad region. Lindelovskaya Group is also a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Yuntalovskaya Nature Reserve. Forests have been and are being an important part of the city's life. The Yuntalovskaya Reserve is located in close proximity to residential buildings. The reserve was established in 1990 with the aim of preserving the forest in its original form of the time before the St. Petersburg was built. Gladishevskaya Nature Reserve. Gladishevskaya Nature Reserve was created in 1996 in order to preserve the population of salmon fish and a rare mollusk, European pear mussel. From 8 August 2011, an ecological campus organized on the territory of the reserve as a part of Russian-Finnish project to restore salmon population in a river through the territory of Finland and Russia. In the eco camp, lectures and practical exercise was held by employees of various institutes and environmental organizations. This project was completed in 2014. Thanks to the Great Embassy, Russia was able to develop its own industry. The first large factories appeared in the Ural region, and the Petrovsky iron and weapons factory was opened near St. Petersburg. And its current Sestretsky weapons factory was opened, where the best gunsmiths of their time, Mosin Sergei Ivanovich, Degtyaryov Vasily Alexeyevich, and others worked. In parallel with the construction of the weapons factory, a powder factory was built in Sestrets. The Sestrets weapons factory over time became the city-forming enterprise and contributed to the development of the territory. The plant became one of the largest enterprises of the Russian Empire. In terms of technological equipment and the number of workers, it surpassed many manufacturers of that time. Through the 18th century, such factories were built in St. Petersburg province. The Sestrets arms factory, you can see it here. Iron foundries in Kronstadt and Petrogov, petrol mills in Ropsha, Krasnaya Selo, Belaozero, a calico factory in Schlisselburg, a tannery, a sawmill, a glass factory in Narva, and other. The industrial management system created by Peter I made it possible to effectively supply the arms and navy with everything necessary, ensuring the country's independence from other states. It was under the Peter I in the first quarter of 18th century. The most of the factories were created, the role of which were paramount in the future. Heavy industry facilities were located in close proximity to the sea, which provided operational supply. Using a large number of rivers, the plant was built as a water efficient, which allowed it to mechanize the production process. The industrial belt created in the 18th century in St. Petersburg province received a powerful development in the future. Some factories such as Admiralty Shipyard, the Imperial Porcelain Factory, and other continue to function today. And such objects as Izhora plant, Sestretsky weapons factory, and other are objects of cultural heritage of both federal and regional significance. With all of that, Peter did not forget about education. In Russia, printing technology is known since the time of the Ivan the Terrible, but it was under Peter the Great that this technology became widespread. The St. Petersburg printing house was opened in 1711. Its employees were students of Dutch masters. In total, during the years of Peter's reign, more than 600 titles were printed, mostly translated literature. From 1708 to 1725, more books were printed than in the previous century and a half. Typography in St. Petersburg maintains position. At this moment, more than 1,500 printing houses of various sizes have been opened in territory of the city. The oldest newspaper in Russia, St. Petersburg Vedomosti, has also survived in St. Petersburg. At the moment, it's published with a circulation of more than 100,000 copies per issue. One of the first factories for the production of paper were a factory located in Krasnaya Selo. The main reason for choosing this area were availability of clean running water, the convenience for the construction of dams, and the road connection with St. Petersburg. In 1714, the construction of the factory began. In 1716, the first production of paper was obtained. The raw materials for making paper were rags, ropes and sail products, waste, and waste paper. The plant became the basis of Russian paper industry of the time. More production facilities of this kind were opened, and the range of paper products also expanded from high-quality Dutch paper with addition of cotton to wrapping paper. For some time, even typical for Holland windmill were part of the St. Petersburg landscape. There was sawmills that provide the city with the wood. They were located in the Windows district of St. Petersburg, Vasilievsky Island. The first one was built according to the drawing of foreign specialist. Iron parts of sawmill were cast in Petrovsky Olonets factory, and wooden equipment was made on the spot. The city plan mentions that each of the
У тебя 2 минуты. Да, давай к культуре.
I will already go to the culture part. I think I already talked about resource of St. Petersburg, but main resource of Petersburg it's its people. Specialists from all over Europe settled in settlements when they are represented as old cultural leaders from national churches to austerities. Separately, it's worth highlighting the Greek, French, German, and Tatar settlement. In this picture, you can see where these settlements are located. It's a French settlement, German, Tatar settlement, German, and Greek settlement. The Italian architect and engineer Domenico Tresini, the founder of the European style and Russian architecture, lived in a Greek settlement for some time. The slide shows some of his works: the Peter and Paul Cathedral, the building of the 12 Colleagues, and the project of Alexander Nevsky Labor Complex. The first chief of architecture of St. Petersburg, the author of the first master plan of the city, Jean-Baptiste Alexandre Leblon, lived in a French settlement. This urban development plan is the first urban development plan of this scale in all of Russia. However, Peter did not like the idea of bastion city, and therefore the plan of another architect, Domenico Tresini, was adopted. Peter saw some symbolic meaning in this plan. This plan represented the city open to the Baltic Sea, to the Europe. In a Cornelius, in a region born admiral and the first commander of the Baltic fleet, lived in German settlements. Also, many Europeans lived in St. Petersburg. Petersburg should not be considered as only exclusive European city. Ever since the founding of the city, there was a large community of Tatars and other ethnicities of Middle Volga region. Petersburg has been a city of many nationalities since its inception. As you can see, there are completely different religious beliefs in St. Petersburg. As a person of any religion will be able to find something for himself. St. Petersburg successfully managed to combine the classical some culture and innovation of its development. At the moment, there are many diverse institutions in St. Petersburg, both humanitarian and technical, nature science, scientific and economic orientation. There are also the most important research centers of the world, like Atom Project by Rosatom and the Institute of Human Brain. The potential that Peter gave us in terms of innovation, St. Petersburg has not lost, only increased. St. Petersburg began as a city of globalism. It remains so today. I think that's all. If you have any question, I would like to ask it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mikhail. I think we must tell thank you very much for Nick, to Henry, that you will give us the time space, and of course we all together, I think, invite you to St. Petersburg.
Yeah.
Welcome, please.
We hope that
the situation with Corona will stop and we again will work together through the borders, like we try to show today in our presentation, that cultural space, economical space, innovation space, it's a one global world, and especially in our Baltic Sea region. Thank you very much for everybody.
Thank you also for me, Stanislav, for organizing all of this, for getting all of these students together and the presentations and everything. I thought that was really interesting. Also, just very, very good presentations as well. So as far as the language, but the presentations, and so thank you for all of you who presented. And yeah, in St. Petersburg, it's waiting. It's waiting on my list. My grandfather is originally from Russia, and he told me already that I needed to visit St. Petersburg, and my father went there as well and told me as well I need to visit there. And so now
you must
here I
be,
am. I'm next in line. So I'll visit you, Stanislav, and yeah. So thank you very much. We need to I'll need to continue with the next presentations. So thank you all for being here, and that's it from me.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. Thank you.
Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
And thank you for all participants of our presentation. Thank you. And okay, we can go out.
So, welcome back to the live stream, everybody. This time, we're going to go back to the topic of global citizenship education, and I have Tina here, who I asked to come because I had talked about yesterday as well, how I got involved slowly into the topic of global citizenship education. And one of the real starts about 2.5 years ago was when I was visiting Helsinki with other BSP coordinators. And that's when I learned that global citizenship education is nothing new in Finland. So for me, it was very new. And I thought I was like, wow, this is great. And this new transformative education. And Tina told me then, well, it's been in our curriculum for several years now, and it's not really anything new. So that's why I asked you, Tina, to be here. And I would just like you to introduce yourself for everybody. And tell us more about the topic global citizenship education in the national core curricula in Finland. The stage is yours.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Yes, it's my pleasure to be here. And it's very nice to be able to present our national core curricula. It is an ongoing process in Finland to redesign the curricula at least every 10 years, but sometimes even more frequently when necessary. So I'm a project coordinator towards 2030. I'm working in projects, several projects financed by EduFi, which is the national agency for education in Finland under the ministry. So I also am an e-twinning ambassador, so that's internationalization aspect as well. And then I'm doing work with English language learning development, so in curriculum design in that area as well. But and of course, as a project coordinator in towards 2030, I'm very much involved in the Finnish UNESCO ASPNet schools network and coordinating that, and then also in the Baltic Sea project coordinator team, and that's why I met Nick in Finland in the agency when he visited the agency last 2 years ago, 2.5 years. No, more than 2 years and less than 2.5.
That's right.
In January 2019. Okay, so let's go to the curricula. So and the Finnish approach to global citizenship education and education for sustainable development. They are, of course, in our curricula. They are intertwined and connected, and and they can't really be separated from each other. I think they are sort of in. Education for sustainable development is part of global citizenship education, and global citizenship education is part of sustainable development. So they are, as I said, intertwined. The Finnish core curricula, they form a path. So from early childhood education, okay, there's one E missing, education and care, up to upper secondary general education. And so this is just the order in which the core curricula have been designed and approved. And the first one was a curriculum for basic education in 2014. Then the early childhood education and care core curriculum in 2016. And then we have actually quite a new core curriculum for upper secondary general education. And that was approved in 2019. At the end of that year, around, I think it was December or something like that. So, and it will only be implemented from next autumn term onwards. So it's on design still, because the core curricula have to go through a process of implementing them and making maybe additions in local level, communal level, and even at schools. Schools can make their own sort of they can prioritize different aspects. For example, global citizenship education, if they like. So that's there. But then, of course, the idea is the path is from early childhood education and care to basic education and to upper general education. And the idea is that the education, also the education of global citizenship and sustainable development, they start already in the early childhood in the daycare centers, and then they go to basic education, but the foundation is laid there, and they follow the path and very sort of building on what has been done in the early childhood to basic education and to upper secondary general education, in which students are from 16 to 18 or 19. So value base in Finnish core curricula is the same in each curricula. So the uniqueness of the learner, of the child or the learner, and a right to good quality education. So that's for everybody. Equality and democracy. Cultural and linguistic diversity as richness, and necessity of a sustainable way of living. And these are the values our education is based on. And also education lays the foundation, this kind of education lays the foundation for global citizenship that respects human rights and encourages the pupils to act for positive change. So there is also, it's not just the value based, but it's also the transformative aspect, which Nick mentioned, that we encourage pupils to act for positive change. So this is something that's the same in from early childhood education to the upper secondary education. In the Finnish core curriculum, the global education is written into the chapters regarding the mission and the mission of education, especially basic education, the value basis, as I said, as was mentioned before, school culture, which means that school culture supports equality, democracy, inclusion, diversity, and sustainability. So it's not only in the subjects, but it is in the way the school functions every day in its everyday functions. Yes. Global education is also in transversal competencies. We have this transversal competencies, I go to these later, that are integrated in every subject that is taught. Also in cross-curricular and multi-interdisciplinary learning. This is something that is new in these curricula, that we have actually students have to have in their syllabus. They'd have to have this cross-curricular or interdisciplinary studied units and themes that are studied there, and these inclusion is very important. And then of course in the different subjects, we still have different subjects, even if somebody a few years ago said that in Finland there are no school subjects anymore, but we have very, very many school subjects as we had. And of course, this is sort of the idea here is the curriculum tree, that there are the values and the attitudes are at the bottom of the tree. So those make the basis of our learning in our Finnish culture. Then there is this knowledge base. We need to study to get knowledge. But more and more we study to gain skills and competence. So it's more like learning skills and competencies than to find out information or learn by heart, because very often information changes very quickly, and we can also easily find information, but skills are something that need to be rehearsed. Engagement and action, that's something perhaps a bit new also, that it's in our curriculum. It's important that students, they find out about things, knowledge, that's knowledge. They find out how to work, how to do things, and then they try to make a change. They find ways to act upon their knowledge and competencies. About the core curriculum for early childhood education and care, I'm not going to read all these things. I've just picked up things from the curriculum, which show that the basis for global citizenship education really starts from the early childhood education and care. So at the basis of the core curriculum, these are all from the curriculum there, so cited from there, so you can see them there. So there's the act on equality between women and men, so equality is there. The rights of the child are there, and UN Sustainable Development Goals, they are mentioned in the curriculum. So there are other laws and documents beside these, but I just put these here because these are, I think, very strongly part of global citizenship education. They also say, this is a citation from the early childhood education and care core curriculum, that the foundation of it for ecosocial knowledge and ability, allowing people to understand ecological sustainability as the precondition for social sustainability and the realization of human rights. So it says about ecological sustainability, social sustainability, and human rights, which are at the bottom there, which make the basis. Let me see. Okay, and then these transversal competencies, they are a bit different, of course, depending on the level of education. So they are a bit different in the early childhood education, but in a very clear way, they are also similar. So here you can see that there are 5 of them at this stage. Their thinking and learning is learning to think and learning to learn. These are the things that you can find also later. Participation already, it's important that the children in the care can participate in making decisions of their own life and in their own learning. And cultural competence is very important. Interaction and self-expression for making the basis for the new competencies. About cultural competencies, it says that the children are growing up in culturally, linguistically, and ideologically diverse world. This puts emphasis on the significance of social and interaction skills as well as cultural competence. So these kind of things, I think, are there at the basis of global citizenship education. So they are the very core of that. So without these kind of skills, you can't actually grow to be a responsible global citizen. So you have to be able to participate, and you have to be able to interact and so on. And active responsibility, active and responsible participation and involvement create a foundation for democratic and sustainable future. That's also, these are straight from the curriculum for the very young ones, for the under preschool age children. And then let's go to basic education and transversal competencies there. And they also cover some key elements of the global citizenship. And you can see here, this is OECD's picture, but the idea of having their knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values, as we had in our curriculum tree, and to create competencies, and then which end in action for a better life. And I think that's also a very important key factor in global citizenship education, that it is, as Nick said, transformative. It helps us to enables us to take action for a better life. And the transversal competencies here also intercultural competence, interaction, and presenting, being very important for global citizenship education. And then we have participation, influence, and building a sustainable future. These, of course, are very strongly connected to global citizenship education. Growth in the center, as you can see, in the center of this whole thing, growth as human and citizen. So we grow active citizens. This is and this is something we have definitely put in our curricula. These are also some citations from the basic education core curriculum, and I think there are some things I would like to say. For example, here that the respect for cultural diversity we find very, very important at these days, and this is, I think, something that is part of global citizenship education, that you can learn to live in a culturally and linguistically diverse societies anywhere in the world, and get along with people. It also says that basic education lays the foundation for global citizenship that respects human rights and encourages the pupils to act for positive change. So the same thing I've said before, but it's just here a straight line from our curriculum. So if I said, Nick, that it is there, so now you can see the proof. It was not just that I think it's there, or I hope it's there, and I can see it there, but it's really written down, and it is there. There you can see.
I always believed you though, Tina, so.
Okay. I think during this seminar you will be talking a lot about ecological sustainability and education for sustainable development. So I don't I'm not going to put it too much stress on that here, but in our Finnish core curriculum that is also there, and I think it is important for us to understand that we can't educate anyone if we don't take this kind of standing for sustainable development very strong. And I think this is what Europe is doing, and all the countries in Europe are at the moment trying to stop for example, the global warmth. So climate warming. But I have put one sentence here which I like to read to you. So to foster the inviolability of human dignity and the diversity and ability for renewal of ecosystems while building a competence base for a circular economy underpinned by sustainable use of natural sources. So I took this because I thought that maybe you were talking about circular economy before, and we have that also in our curriculum. So it has been, I think, if you think that this was written in 2014, actually between 2012 and 2014, so it was in a way taking a very courageous steps towards something that today is almost obvious, but 8 years ago it wasn't that obvious, and we felt that this was actually transforming education, and of course when this core curriculum was approved, then it took 2 years. 2016 we started to implement it in the school education, and of course it wasn't like that everybody started to use it. It is a process, and my last slide is about that. But yeah. Is there something you want to ask? Of course. Yeah.
There is. I was looking like I wanted to ask something, right?
Yeah.
And so circular economy, like this is even for me, it's a new word. This wasn't mainstream. It's become maybe mainstream in the last 1 or 2 years. And so my question is, where does this come from? Who is bringing this into the curriculum 2014? Who are these people, these experts? Where is this coming from?
Yeah, well, actually, we had, she's now retired, Liisa Jääskeläinen, and also Paula Mattila, who's now retired, and they both worked a lot in this value basis and school culture part of which was the general part of the curriculum, which is not the subject content. And but the very interesting thing is that our process in curriculum design in Finland is that there is this basic text that is created, and then it's published. And this is interesting that usually nobody publishes anything until it's the final, but and they don't want to show that I'm perhaps not totally perfect person when writing this, but it's published, and people have and people are encouraged to comment and give ideas how to develop it. So teachers in and communities and municipalities, different kinds of people, even parents can give these ideas. NGOs, they have this, of course they do lobbying anyway, so it's their duty to put things, if they are working, for example, in circular economy, they will absolutely put it here. So we get a lot of comments because, as in the European Union, we feel that it's important that children are raised in a according to a curriculum that is really very well thought over, and it covers the most important. So the process is very important. For example, I wrote lots of texts and said that I think this and this and this should be included, and some of them, my comments were actually included, and I can find my own words and sentences in, especially in the internationalization of education parts. But I'm not an expert in circular economy, but I'm sure there doesn't have to be anyone in the agency, because some of these have come from NGOs and universities and so on. So anyone can comment on these who find that these are important.
It's a lot of times when people start talking about education, and at some point there's always, well, look at Finland. Look at what Finland's doing, and and look what they have maybe in their curriculum. And I'm asking myself now, should we be looking at Finland's curriculum, or should we be looking at the process behind the curriculum? Because it's this agile, so it feels agile the way you talk about it, and other. I know in Germany it's always they're a smaller country. It's always like the same thing. We're such a big country.
Yeah.
It's like a standard thing to say. And I think, well, yeah, maybe there's some truth, but it's not because you have a lot of people. It's because Germany's process probably isn't as agile as in Finland, for instance.
Yeah, and as open and democratic. I think this is a very democratic. This kind of it doesn't mean that it's voted somewhere that you vote of the curriculum. It is professionals who then put it together. But you can take part, and the idea is that and you find the best knowledge from the society by opening it to public, ideas and scrutiny and things like that. So I feel it's important, and of course. Later on, I will talk about it. That it's also, we feel that it's, when you think of implementing the curriculum, it's not just that you can ask for the teachers to be ready for implementing it this minute, but even that is seen as a process where you are learning and learning from each other and so on. So it's so process before the curriculum is actually sort of ready to be put into practice, and then process in the implementation part as well. This was something I was very proud of, was that we have UN development goals already in 2014. They were just so it's something that we've been working a lot with, the global goals, and as they are actually mentioned in the curriculum, I think it's important for so that it sort of legitimizes what we're doing all the time. So they are not perhaps in the school books, or textbooks, but they are in the curriculum. Then just a few is it okay? Now my half an hour is now finished, but is there somebody coming, or can I spend the 15 minutes still?
We can definitely take 10 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes.
Yep.
Okay. So perhaps this doesn't take so much. It's just giving an idea about the core curriculum for upper secondary general education, because of course this is the newest, and as I said, it was approved at the end of 2019, so it's only 1.5 years old text, the core curriculum. So here you can see so the development of thought between 2014 and 2019. In 5 years, global citizenship education has become more and more sort of integrated part in our learning, and I found actually 20 mentions of global citizenship education in the upper secondary curriculum. So it's there deep, and it's in the basic values. So our sort of basic aim is to guide students towards growing into global citizens. It says here. So global citizens is what we are trying to grow. And then the engagement in international cooperation, so that it's that's part of the curriculum for upper secondary. So international cooperation, that's even in the law of secondary education. So there is a law guiding dealing with secondary general education, and the international cooperation, engagement in international activities is even in the law. So that's law. Even this is also a norm, but there is a law, separate law for that. But global citizenship, in keeping with the UN's 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So these are very explicitly here. So it's nothing you have to sort of interpret between the lines. They're very explicitly, and then there are these models for school subjects, and there were lots of mentions there. So basically, even maybe the same text appearing in several descriptions of models in different subjects. So global citizens who have knowledge, skills, and will needed to participate in discussions on global environmental issues, for example. And then the objective is that the students gain the ability to operate as active global citizens who speak out and promote a sustainable future. So very strong, I think, very strong standing here for sustainable future and for global citizenship education.
We have one question here from one of the watchers right now. Is there a possibility to read your full curriculum? Is it published online somewhere? Unfortunately, well, it is published, but it is you have to pay for it. So this is, I think this is, I've got these. These are actually, the citations are from the online version. So there are online versions, PDFs versions of these, but they are not as a whole. They're not available as a whole. You have to pay, I think it's about 20 euros to be able to get the PDF for yourself. So sorry. I got this because I work for the agency, but but you can. I don't know if Nick, there is
some place where you put the materials, or because I can share this presentation where there are these citations. So
that would be wonderful. In fact, that I need to kind of think about that and ask for some of the presentations from everybody who is presenting, and then kind of put that in one spot for everybody. So that would be wonderful. I'll get back to you about that.
Yeah, I think I'm going to put this in a SlideShare anyway. So SlideShare is a very free and easy way to put on PDF presentations. So just
wonderful.
So I can send you the link. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, because these are really something that you could perhaps use when you are redesigning your curriculum in your own country and thinking of these different aspects. And you can see that here is the UN's Agenda 2030, and especially its goal 4.7, which is about global citizenship education and education for sustainable development. So the UNESCO Aspect School strategy sort of thing at the bottom. So describing the characteristics of global citizenship. So these are from the core curriculum, straight text there. Just very interesting things. Transversal competencies also in upper secondary education. Again, there is a UN's agenda. So you can see that if in basic education, the core curriculum of basic education, the UN's global goals were just mentioned once. In the upper secondary, now after 5 years, the UN's 2030 agenda is mentioned several times. So it's built in the transversal competencies and in the value basis and in the school culture and so on. Just a second here. So this is a picture of the transversal competencies in upper secondary school. So there are also 6 of them, like in basic education, but these are a bit more complicated, further taken, and so they assume that person when he's 16, 17, 18, and so on, their personality is more complex and has more depth, and so do these transversal competencies as well. But very important empathy, global citizens' disposition, appreciation of cultural heritage and understanding cultural diversity and cultural meanings, sense of responsibility for the planet, climate change expertise, circular economy and sustainable consumerism, so on, societal competence, ethical disposition, democracy competence, and so on. So these are almost all in global education, global citizenship education sort of contents in our upper secondary general education curriculum. And then there are, of course, languages. Let's go further. And social studies also. 2 minutes left. So this is the slide which I like to add here, because about the implementation of the core curriculum. The new way of seeing it's that its curriculum can be considered a process, not a product. So it is, I think this process, this idea of process is something that appeals to me very much. A curriculum is showing the way and the how, not what. So the content is different in that way as well, because if we think about our curricula 20 years ago, it was just a list of what we should learn, long lists of things, and now it's more like a way and the how, and also that it is flexible and developing. So we and not stagnant. So we don't think that it's there and it will remain there and for 10 years and then we change it again, but we're sort of building the new curriculum. We are redesigning the curricula all the time when we're implementing it. So it's like a process of the implementation is also a redesigning curricula at the same time. And okay, these are our important partners, but maybe this is something that started all this G in Global Education Network Europe, and this is something that was it's part of the European Council of Europe. So this is which also is the value police of Europe. So, and global education is education that opens people's eyes and minds to the realities of the world and awakens them to bring about a world of greater justice, equity, and human rights for all. And I think that's a good way to stop here for this. 20 years ago that was written, and it still, I think, comprises the thing.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think that's a good sentence to end with, because we see pretty much this sentence in whether it's UNESCO or OECD or Finnish curriculum and everything. And so 20 years ago, I think this kind of awakens them to kind of somehow, bring about this world. I think that's kind of become more like very like learner centered, where now 20 years later, they're like, okay, it's enabling them to act, to really, take responsibility. That's maybe the small little development, but all of it's already there, of course. So yeah, thank you very much. I just kind of thinking about how curriculum is being developed now in Germany, and that we're just starting now to see it in kind of a curricular reform in the sense of education for sustainable development is more of than what's found in Germany. And the States are just around, they're just getting to some of the things that I saw in 2014. So it's the agility that's definitely lacking there when I consider kind of the reform in Germany. Yeah, thank you very much. We need to get on to our next speaker in 2 more minutes, so we will end it here. One last thank you from me, Tina, and yeah, take care.
Yeah, thanks. It was my pleasure. It was great to be here, and I'm very proud of our curricula, and you can contact me if you want to know more, and perhaps and I hope Nika, you will find a place where we can share the presentations.
Yes, definitely. I think there'll be some interest in that for sure. Okay, wonderful. All right, bye now.
Bye.
So, hi everybody. Then we are back and we are starting in on our last live stream contribution for today. And I have Emma Gerka here, and I met Emma and her husband Jack about a year and a half ago at probably one of the most, like, for me, it was one of the most transformative weekends of my life, and I'm not exaggerating. This was a weekend spent in the Harz Mountains in Germany, and it was a 2.5-day conference. And yeah, and I could spend 45 minutes talking about the conference. I'm not going to. I'm so happy that Emma, that I got to meet both of you, and yeah, and it's led to, you know, you being here as well, and just talking to all of us about what you're doing. And we'll be talking about a word like cross-culture, which is something that was completely new for me. I had no idea what to do with this word, and but in the next half an hour to 45 minutes, we'll be learning a lot more about that. I think it's extremely important, and it has to do with global citizenship education, transformative education, and everything that we're doing over this 3.5 days. So, Emma, take it away. It's all yours.
Will do. Thank you, Nick. And thank you for inviting me in here. It's kind of weird not to see you guys. I'm not even sure there is anybody other than Henry and Nick, but I take your word for it. If you have any questions, I understand that you have access to the chat box and that Nick also sees that. So please use it, and he will be reading out your questions then, so I can answer them. I will be talking in pictures, almost only in pictures, I must say. The pictures you see here is just my life, and it's complex, and I don't want to talk about that for so long. So I have created a different slide. Come on, move. I don't mean Nick. I mean, so I hope you can see that. Yes, Henry gives me the thumbs up. He says he sees it. So I'm a biologist, and I did a PhD in cell biology and in behavioral biology. So you see, I take the whole range, right? And today it will be more about the behavioral part. After that, I went to Africa as a scientific aid worker. I developed biopesticides. That means I developed the products, the manufacturing methods, and the application methods. But I also did a lot of community development in terms of education and healthcare. After that, for different reasons, I went to Canada and the United States, created my own company, again in biopesticides for agriculture. Was product development, again, manufacturing, you can imagine, marketing and distribution. Yes, you need to sell the product, and then product application. Now, oh yeah, there I can see it too. After that, I became a government advisor for the Canadian government, the American government, the Mexican government. So all this was under NAFTA, if that says anything. For the EU, so from Canada for the EU, and then the OECD countries. Nowadays, I'm still a government and industry advisor, but I'm back in Europe because I really want to work worldwide, which means I do not receive my salary anymore from the government, but from the people who hire me. I'm a mother of 5 and a grandmother of 5 and a wife of 1. Yes, that's still the way it works. And today it's about my activity as a cross-cultural moderator. And so here comes the word, cross-culture, with the question, what is it? It is something that means you. Here you just see the European countries. The title for today was 2000 cultures, right? So in Europe, we don't have quite 2000 cultures. Here you have the world map, and you still only see 200, not 2000. But in the individual countries, you have many different cultures. So for example, Canada has 24 different First Nations. Navajo, Haida, Algonquin, Mi'kmaq, Cree, and all those. Africa, very many different cultures. India, China, many different cultures. So this is where the 2000 come up. In that context, the old approach that we have of living monocultural, and yes, this is the German way of writing it, sorry, but you can still understand it. Monocultural, first we were just separated by deserts and oceans and mountains and you name it. But then we started moving and we became higher in number. And then some people came up with the idea to create fences and walls. I wish they wouldn't have done that, but cannot turn the time back. They did. And yet people crossed fences and walls and started sharing common living space. So people from different cultures shared one space. I think this is the reality still in many parts of Europe, also in many parts of the world, but definitely in Europe. People kind of live side by side in parallel societies. And then you come to multicultural too, which is when people start learning from each other. And please focus on the heads now, not on what the people are wearing, but just focus on the heads. People gather experience from what they observe other people doing. And this is not just food, but also how to greet each other, how to dress, what kind of religion do they live. So bits and pieces. And then comes the next step, and that is cross-culture. And please, again, look at the heads. That's the focus now. In cross-culture, people have created a personal mosaic of the different pieces they have collected from the up to 2000 cultures in the world. So if everybody in the world nowadays would be cross-culture, we would have close to 8 billion cultures, not 2000, but 8 billion, because in cross-culture, everybody builds his or her own. Now, we don't get to decide in which direction it goes, right? We are born into the one situation or into the other. Our children, our parents, our grandparents, our neighbors, families as such, family friends, teachers, they drive our socialization. So that can go into multicultural, or we might be pushed into monocultural, and we will look in a moment in how that works, or we can be led to cross-culture. So I led my children to cross-culture, although I myself was socialized monoculture. So I did the whole path from mono over multi to cross. How does that work? So for you not to think that this is an egg, which it is not, I put a smiley on. Now I will take it away because it's supposed to be this head we have been looking at. At the beginning, we were conceived, but already inside our mother, we started collecting experience. And the experience just came at us. First, it was just our mother breathing, or the intestines gurgling, or mom sitting up, or mom laying down, or mom hopping up and down the stairs. So all this affected us. After birth, it continues on. Continued in that case. And if we were born into a monocultural society, then our experience would all be, for example, blue. And the result is somebody who thinks and acts blue, monocultural. Oh yeah, and I should have corrected that word because that again is German. So nowadays, that people are raised monocultural, only make monocultural experience is rather rare. People travel, we have neighbors from around the world, we look TV, we are on the internet, we are on social networks. So our experience is actually quite colorful nowadays. We make experience, we gain knowledge from all cultures around the world. We might not necessarily know where they belong, but when we look at pictures and we see people doing things, then often it seems familiar. So this gives us then what would be called multiculture 2. From multiculture 2, if we are now socialized very strict, that means our parents and teachers and neighbors tell us, no, 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 we don't do this. No, no, here where we live, we don't do this. Stop this behavior, don't do this. Then we still get to monocultural. However, this is not a comfortable place to be because we do remember. We remember the things we have tried. And you might not remember things you did as a 1-year-old or a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old, but somewhere in you, there is the memory. And that affects us, that creates scars in our emotional well-being. And I must say, you'll probably hear that in my voice, I'm quite concerned about that. So let's look at a different possibility that I call letting go. So when your parents or teachers or neighbors don't really know what to do with you and the diversity you are growing up with, and they just leave you at this, then that leads to a very excited situation. And that is what I'm trying to say here with these flashing dots. That means when things happen, for example, like now, Corona, or climate change, all the things that are really happening to us and that we alone cannot control, there's a lot of excitement, not a lot of stability, and that's not comfortable. So if instead of that, we are socialized to become cross-culture, then we have people who help us in our development. And I'm trying to show that here in moving the dots. That means people help us to understand. People ask, oh, where did you see that? Oh, and how did it feel? Oh, do you want to do this? And what happened after you tried it out? And how do you feel about that now? So with all this reflection and sorting, people create their own cross-culture. Cross because it contains many, many, many different cultures. Now, what you see here would be the cross-culture of an older person, because you can see it has very, very many little pieces that all have somehow found their place. There's two types of cross-culture individuals. There are the CCKs, that is cross-culture kids, people who were raised like this. And then there's the CCAs. I'm a CCA, I'm a cross-culture adult. I was already an adult when I received cross-culture training. So what would that mean for an individual person? And I just have to move something here. Okay. So let's say you're born in Germany and are very much limited to the German experience. Then over time, people start locking in. They are nervous about what comes at them from the outside. And yeah, here it should work now. Okay. If, however, now you start, and at any time in life you can do that, start taking away those, what was seen as a defensive wall and turned into prison bars. If you manage to take them away, then you're open to a new experience. So, for example, you might get exposed to Italian culture, and that would turn you then into an Italian German. Now you see Italian German, there is internationally, there is a rule how you do that. The last word, in this case German, is always the place where you live. And everything that is in front are the cultures from which you collected the pieces for your own mosaic. So you could be an Italian German, or you could be a Syrian German, or you could also be a Namibian German. I think I have one more example. Oh yes, we have a Turkish German. And then it can become really complex, because if you get exposed to many different cultures, then this person, for example, would be a Turkish, Italian, Namibian German. Or I take myself, my experience, the countries from which I collected my pieces, and I'm a Swiss, Malagasy, Burkinabe, Canadian German. And before I came back to Europe, I was a German, Swiss, Malagasy, Burkinabe, Canadian, because I lived in Canada. So all these things, they are in principle, you know, for science, they're already very clear. They are well understood and defined. The goal must be now to move it over to everybody in society, including you guys. So this long thing, right? The Swiss, Malagasy, Burkinabe, Canadian German, I mean, nobody listens to me that long when they ask where I'm from. So typically what I'm just saying, I'm a cross-cultural individual. And what I mean is this. Now, in many countries of the world, people understand when I say that. In many countries, they don't. So and then I have to explain. And then I explain that there are cross-cultural individuals and cross-cultural European. We do have the Italian, German, European, right? We are talking here about Europe. So apply the whole system for Europe. Tomorrow during the workshop, we'll be doing it. Anybody attending will be doing this for him or herself. They are the Turkish, German, Europeans. And look at this one, the Italian, Namibian, Turkish, German, European. So there you know, yes, living in Europe, and within Europe, living in Germany. And there's again me, and this is pretty long. Okay, how does that feel? What happens? We know now, you know, is the mosaic put together, and you get the pieces from, and why is that important? But how does it feel? At the end of the day, that's what matters. And so here I have an example. It's a story that actually happened like this. So it's not a story, it's a real event. Those were Afghani refugees who had come to Germany, a family, and they have been living in a tent for about 1.5 years. And then they got their first apartment. And they had a lady, a German lady, who helped them finding their way through the different official paperwork and taking the kids to school and medical things and German lessons and all this. And then eventually when they got the apartment, that lady thought, oh man, they're gonna have a real kitchen. And here's what they're gonna do. They take a pot and a pan, and then they put something in it, and then they heat it, and then they cook. And then the result is a meal. The Afghani mother of the family, she saw this. Oh, finally a way to make flatbread, like at home. Not any more food from the mass kitchen, which we didn't really like to begin with, but I will be cooking healthy, good food for the family, which is what she did by putting the flatbread on the stove. Now, she did that for about 3 or 4 weeks and then invited the German lady to come over and show her the apartment, show her the kitchen, invite her for dinner, say thank you, all these things. This lady walks through the apartment, looks at one room after the next, comes into the kitchen, sees the flatbread on the stove. So she rushed in, ripped the bread from the stove, closed the heat, started wiping the whole stove, and the lady of the house, the Afghani mother, she just stood there in total shock. She had prepared this wonderful celebration, and now the guest just ripped it all apart. So both women were in no shape anymore to have a common dinner. The German lady left and was totally convinced, see, this diversity thing and multicultural thing cannot work. And the Afghani lady felt absolutely insulted by being treated this way. Now, in reality, both were right. For some meals, like cooking chickpeas, or what else do we have there? The falafel. You do need a pot, you do need a container. Yes, you do. But for flatbread, you don't. It's the perfect, those new stoves that we have nowadays, they are the perfect surface to do that. And yet both were totally stressed and miserable. Nowadays they are talking again, so that's okay. So if we now look at what happens to a monocultural, a multicultural, or a cross-cultural person when they get exposed to such a situation. The monocultural person, and that was the German lady, for her, it's just shock. A shock like if you look into the mirror and somebody smashes the mirror. Just imagine it, close your eyes a second, imagine it happening. That is a shock. It's highly uncomfortable. For a multicultural person, I compare that to this pressure cooker. So when they experience such a thing, they can actually pick up quite a lot, cope with quite a lot, but get more and more excited over time. So they probably could have coped with the flatbread, but then, you know, don't let too many other things happen. It's like a pressure cooker that receives more and more heat, right? And first starts whistling a little and then starts hissing. And if you don't take it off the heat, it explodes. Now, the reality nowadays is that our pressure cooker will not be taken off the heat. It won't. We're experiencing more and more new things. We're talking about globalization and digitalization and climate change and now Corona, and the next thing is probably waiting around the corner. So this is better than monocultural, but still it doesn't give us structure and security, inner security. Now, if you are cross-culture, and here you really have to look, because I put a triangular hole into the mosaic. So in such an event, like with a flatbread, yes, that mosaic gets damaged. Absolutely. It's not that you don't care anymore. It does affect you. But it is not your mosaic that collapses. It's just a part of the mosaic that has a hole. And this part you can fix. And then you can fit it in. And over a lifetime, it changes your own mosaic. It constantly changes. There is no final. So what's happening in the people is this. Now comes the behavioral biologist.
Emma, before you move on, I like that picture so much of like the pressure cooker. And as a teacher, then my very first thought was, oh, that's school for me. It seems like to me that's a very typical school in Germany anyway.
Yes.
We put it all together several hours a day, and we kind of just see what happens, and it can go really well, but not necessarily. And I'm just kind of wondering if that's something, maybe you just bring it up later. Maybe it doesn't fit right now, but I was just kind of thinking like we should be using that situation
Yes.
and direct it more, or make sure it's ending more positively, or ending in cross-cultural.
Yes. And that's exactly why I wish all teachers had cross-cultural training. First of all, so that you can deal with what's happening in the classroom, but also so that you can support the students in dealing with what happens in the classroom. And third, so that you can understand the students that are already cross-culture, because you do have CCKs in your classroom. Not many. So I was in Canada for many years. So the number, the percentage of cross-culture kids in Canada is way higher than here in Germany. But that would really be a nice start with the teachers. So why is all this so important? And science has explanations from all directions. So there's neurophysiology, and there's brain science, there is psychology, there is anthropology, there are all the ologies, and they all explain what happens. Now, what I have picked today is the behavioral part of it, which is obviously the part I like the most. So we are all born with an inner aggression. It's part of life. Humans, animals, plants, bacteria, we all have this inner aggression. What is meant with that is that we absorb air and we release CO2. We drink, we eat, we pick up space, we grow, we reproduce. All these things, this is what is meant with inner aggression. If we wouldn't have this inner aggression, we wouldn't drink, we wouldn't eat, we wouldn't grow, we wouldn't live. So this is how it fits together. Now, on the other side, and that's obviously why it's a scale, it's a balance, right? Clearly something would come, are the aggression inhibiting mechanisms. Now, what are those? We are born with some aggression inhibiting mechanisms, and I'll show you a few later, but most of them are learned. And as they are learned, they are different from culture to culture. So if as a person, I learn as many aggression inhibiting mechanisms from all kinds of cultures I get access to, that's good for me. And it's also good for others. Why? Because this way of being is only one way of being, and I think you can see that these are not very comfortable. And then there's this way of being, of people, of humans, and they are comfortable. That means we need each other, we want each other, we enjoy each other's company, we love each other. This is human. So I told you that I would be showing you some aggression inhibiting mechanisms. Here is one. What happens on this picture is partly what you are born with and partly what you have learned. So you are born with the urge to greet people when you meet them. When you meet somebody, you have the urge to send the signal, okay, I'm not going to harm you. I'm not going to be mean to you. You know, I'm friendly, I'm nice. And you hope to get the same reply of, I will not hurt you either. I will be nice. I will be friendly. Now, we are not saying all this, but we are using signals. And in this picture, the signal is learned. It's the handshake. So the urge, I want to greet you and I need you to greet me, we are born with. By the way, we are born, not only we are born with it, primates, you know, chimpanzees, bonobos, orangutans, baboons, dogs, cats. We are all born with this urge for greeting, this aggression inhibiting mechanism. But different ways of doing it. We can greet like this, or we can greet like the Americans, or we can greet like the Japanese or the French. We can do the hand kiss. We can do it like the Maori in New Zealand. We can greet like people in India do, very good in Corona times. We really did not need to start greeting with elbows and feet and things like that. We could simply have learned from other cultures. Here's again the advantage of being cross-culture. We can rub our noses together for greeting. And yes, this is greeting too. Greeting in Bhutan. And just about this, we could talk an hour because people nowadays understand where this form of greeting comes from. So different forms of greetings. Let's say we are raised only with one or two forms of greeting. And the others for us, either we have never seen them at all, or they feel awkward because we never did it. Then what happens is culture shock. Oh yes, and I should have changed this into English as well. In this case here, somebody forgot to tell Mr. Bush that when you French kiss, I mean this cheek to cheek, you know, you do not really put your lips on the cheeks of the other, but it's just cheek by cheek. So in this situation right now, the lady has a culture shock because she didn't expect his lips on her cheek. And he would have a culture shock now if she would say what she just thinks, which she probably doesn't, considering that's the President of the United States. Those people down there, the two of them, made an effort, gave way to the urge of greeting, grabbed two different sides, but understand each other. They're friendly, they're relaxed, the greeting effect takes place. So really good idea to know more than one way of greeting. And then look at this situation. I do not know if you remember Berlusconi, I still do. So Berlusconi, the guy who had his hands on women whenever he could. I do not know if that's still the case. And Michelle Obama, who would normally hug, the American way of greeting. No, not with Berlusconi. She stretches her arm out as long as she can, the German way, and look at her arm. I mean, there's no way she could have made it any longer. And then if you look at Barack's face, I mean, it tells, right? Are you guy going to respect my wife or are you not? So there's a lot going on in greeting. I think, yeah, I still have about 10 minutes, right? And that's good, that fits.
Yeah, that's right. 10 minutes is great.
Yeah, so cross-culture training. I said earlier, some people are raised cross-culture. Those are the cross-culture kids called CCK. And when they're adults, they are still CCK because they learned these skills when they were children. Other people, like me, learn it when we're already adults. So this is really very intensive training. My training was 3 weeks, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. We were 7 couples. 3 of the couples had their children with them. So we were 14 adults, 10 kids. And training that took place during the night was also including our kids. So an alarm bell would ring, and that meant getting up and going into the big meeting room where we would be confronted with any kind of crisis situation. So it would be written on paper, this is the situation, deal with it. We were filmed, our behavior was recorded, and the day after we had the pleasure of looking at it all together and discussing it. Was not nice. Honestly, if you get me up at 2 o'clock in the morning, well, I'm an adult, I could still, kind of control my behavior and fake it in front of the camera. But my children, you know, they don't fake in the middle of the night, so you have to manage them. They really bring you to where you really are emotionally, to your emotional abilities. So that was the training for aid workers. That's what I mean to say there with a picture. The training also exists for crisis intervention people. It exists for the army, for peacekeepers. And yes, it also exists now for everybody else. Aid workers, army, and crisis intervention people get this 3-week intensive training. And then there is this one-day training that we have developed for everybody else. I mean, hey, how far can we reach, right? And I don't have the resources to train people for 3 weeks. I'm still a government and industry advisor. I'm doing this by the side. So more than a day is just not possible. But I also think that people who are not to be sent in a crisis zone, you know, it's enough if you discover what it feels like. It's enough if you understand what you feel, what it is, what it means. And then you can practice your whole life. So I promised some more on the aggression reducing or inhibiting mechanisms. Again, this greeting with shaking hands. And then the left image is also greeting. And that's a greeting we're actually born with. So in German, it's called the Augengruß. In English, that would be kind of greeting with your eyes, right? Just try it out. Lift your eyebrows. That's all it is. We are all born with it. Every human person, are there other person? So every person of the world is born with this ability to greet. Pull up your eyebrows. All primates are actually born with it. So again, chimpanzees, orangutans, gorillas, they all greet this way. So next time you go to the zoo, try to make eye contact with the chimpanzee. Sometimes they're too frustrated with all these visitors passing and they won't, but if you stay a little, it will work out. Make eye contact with the chimpanzee and greet. And the chimpanzee will greet back. It's just a born mechanism. Here's another aggression inhibiting mechanism, something you can try out all by yourself. Close your eyes, think of something that makes you really, really totally angry so that, you know, the smoke would come out of your ears next second, and then force your face to a smile. It's really just a muscle exercise. And the moment you succeed to force your face to a smile, you will feel that the anger just dissipates, like a cloud of smoke. It just goes away. Feels really, really good. But good advice though, if you feel so angry in the presence of another person, that person probably feels as angry as you are. So don't smile just then. What I do when I'm in meetings or so, I drop my pen, and when I pick it up from the ground with my head under the table, I do my exercise, and then I can come up with my head again, and I'm clear and relaxed, and I can converse again. Yeah, here's another learned aggression reducing mechanism, which is looks. As humans, we react to looks. We find them attractive or not. But that is also, partly of it is born, but the majority of it is learned. So these are 3 gentlemen from nomads, from the Fulani, nomads who live south of the Sahara. There are about 39 million people. And for special events, the men dress up the way the 3 guys here did, and the women get to choose whom they like the most. For me, that wouldn't work. I'm not raised like this. Doesn't really, you know, trigger my attraction point. but if you're raised to this, it will. So what do we need to do? And then now I'm coming to the end. We do have a problem. Monoculture is a problem. It's a problem because in diversity, it just doesn't work. That's number one. Number two, if we force a child into monoculture, although there's all this diversity around it, we are really seriously harming the child. If we stay in multiculture, we are not resilient. We cannot stay calm. We very easily get very excited. And I mean, yeah, for kids, that's acceptable. For adults, that really doesn't work. So we do need to make the step to cross-culture. And that is the elephant in the room that we have to stop ignoring. We have to look at it and deal with it. Dealing with it, this is also what we are going to do tomorrow for those who will attend the workshop. First, we provide some science. I already did a little bit today. Tomorrow, there's going to be a little bit more. And then comes teamwork. So I'll be carrying you through a few of these shocking events, and you will manage those. The thing we cannot do, what we would do in real life, would be simulations. We can't really simulate online. That would be difficult, but we'll be discussing different ways to deal with situations. And we will be reflecting about how it feels to be in that situation and having to make a choice and hoping it's the right choice and having to be fast in making the right choice. So, and Nick earlier mentioned also Jacques. Jacques and I, we are working together now for 40 years. And these images were taken by a woman who participated in one of our workshops. And she came back a few days later and she said, okay, you know what, Emma, what I really found out for myself is that I am already a very diverse person. And I am not afraid of the different sides of me. So why would I be afraid of the diversity of others? So, and then she started this project where she now invites people to come with a suitcase full of clothes and dress up for different occasions, and then she takes their pictures. And the picture that you see here of me is, yeah, upper left would be here in Germany, upper right is Imme in Iran, lower left is Imme in Madagascar, and lower left is Madagascar, and lower right could be Oman, can be India. I think in China, I would wear it like that too. So yes, no more fear of your own diversity, and then you lose the fear of the diversity of others. That's what I wanted to present today. And I think I'm good in time, right?
You are.
Yes.
That was perfect. That was perfect. Although no, you're not, because I'd like to talk with you about it for like another 20 minutes or so, but that's not going to be possible. I think, you know, I consider what we've talked about it before, and I'm a Russian, Icelandic, Jewish, Protestant, American, German, European, and it's, but then there's the other side. Then there's the difficulties of it, you know, where having that feeling in Germany, for instance, if you don't have a mastery of the language, you're like not, I don't know, feel like you're not allowed to be a German. And some people would say, well, that's, I don't know, if you have your citizenship, you're a German or something easy, right? But it's not like that if you're not, born into it. It's not that easy. And it seems like it sometimes, like with the language, but or even with my name, very strange, depending on where I was. I've been Nikolai, Nick, Nicholas, Nico, Nikolai, and I've also been forced, I've wanted it to be different, even to feel comfortable. So it's little things. It's little things that have been with me since I was 5 years old, and that's why. And yeah, and this is something that I think there is a need for people, for educators in every field, and yeah, so that's why the first time we talked about it, I was like, wow, why have I never heard of this word before? Oh, so.
Well, Nick, what is important is that you really create your own mosaic.
Yep.
From the rich excess of pieces of cultures that you have. Yep. Really, really built with it. So it's not about becoming somebody, and it is not about finding out who you are, but it is really about building yourself and doing it your whole life.
Yep, yep, very much. Thank you so much for being here, Emma. And tomorrow you'll be having that workshop at, I think, 4:30 is the workshop. I'm not sure, but everybody has their schedule. I'll be sending it out tonight for all of our participants as well, and they'll see that.
It's in my calendar. It's 2 o'clock. If you want me at 4 o'clock,
2:30. No, then it is. Okay, wonderful. All right, then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and have a wonderful evening.
I will. We'll prepare for tomorrow.
Wonderful.
Bye, guys.
Take care, Emma.
Bye-bye.